Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The memory surfaced like a drowned thing, bloated and unfamiliar. It was the scent of orange peel and gasoline, sharp and incongruous in the damp, paper-scented air of the archives. I was looking for a file, a simple thing, a break-in from '98, but my mind had snagged on this phantom smell, a sensory ghost from a life I hadn't lived. It carried with it a feeling of dread, a cold, metallic taste at the back of my throat, the kind of fear that comes not from a threat, but from a knowledge you weren't meant to possess. I shook my head, a dog trying to dislodge a persistent fly, and the memory was gone, leaving only its chill residue. That's when the call came in, another one, in the cathedral. The city was a slow decay, a patient rot. The rain didn't cleanse it, it just made the grime shine under the sickly yellow of the streetlights. My car, a boat of rust and regret, slid through the wet streets, the wipers keeping a sluggish, funereal beat. Brett was silent beside me, a coiled spring of youthful outrage. I could feel the heat of it coming off him, a stark contrast to the damp cold that had settled deep in my own bones. He was all sharp angles and clean lines, where I was worn smooth and soft at the edges. Gluttony, he finally spat, the word of profanity in the quiet car. He calling it gluttony, like it's a sermon. It is to him, I said, my voice a low gravel. He not just killing them, he making a point. The cathedral was a Gothic wound in the city's skyline, a stone prayer against the encroaching modern gloom. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old incense, wet stone, and something new, something sweet and putrid. The scene was staged in a side chapel, a grotesque parody of the Last Supper. The man, a well-known restaurateur, was lashed to a long table, his body grotesquely distended. He had been force-fed, the coroner would later say, until his stomach ruptured. Empty plates and silverware were laid out before him, 12 settings for 12 ghosts. The killer had left a note, a single piece of parchment pinned to the man's chest with a bone needle. The script was elegant, a flowing copperplate. He ate the world, and so the world ate him. Brett turned away, his hand flying to his mouth. I just stood there, taking it in, letting the horror wash over me and then recede, leaving me cold and empty. This was the third. The first had been a corrupt judge found hanging from the scales of justice outside the courthouse, his pockets filled with laid weights, avarice. The second, a socialite whose vanity was her trademark, discovered in her mirrored dressing room, her face meticulously removed, pride, and now this, gluttony. He working through the list, I said more to myself than to Brett, a ritual, a purification. He a madman, Brett corrected, his voice tight. Those aren't mutually exclusive, I replied. The investigation was a descent into a funhouse mirror of the city itself. We chased shadows in a world of half-truths and reluctant witnesses. The clues were there, left for us like breadcrumbs, but they led us in circles. A feather from a rare bird found at the judge's feet. A specific, expensive brand of wax on the socialite's floor. A particular type of sausage casing used to used. They were pieces of a puzzle, but the picture they formed was one of a mind both meticulous and utterly deranged. The local police were a chorus of frustration, their resources vast but their understanding shallow. They saw a spree, I saw a sermon, and we were the unwilling congregation. The days bled together, a montage of rain-streaked windows, bitter coffee, and the ever-present, coppery scent of fear. I would go home to an empty apartment, the silence a physical presence, and dream in blurred, unsettling images. I saw the Killer S hands, steady and capable, arranging his tableaus. I saw Brett S face, twisted in anger. And I saw that orange peel floating in a puddle of gasoline, a memory that was not my own. Brett was fraying. The anger that fueled him was burning too hot, too fast. He'd snap at uniforms, pace the bullpen like a caged animal. He'd talk about his wife, Bristol, her name a soft prayer on his lips. She was his anchor in all this filth, a fragile hope in a world he was quickly learning was devoid of it. He'd show me pictures of her on his phone, a woman with kind eyes and a smile that seemed too gentle for the city. I just want to make it safe for her, Des, he'd say, and the raw need in his voice was a shard of glass in my heart. The fourth murder was Lust, a man of notorious reputation, found in a cheap motel room, entwined in the sheets with a mannequin whose form had been altered. The note read, he loved the shape of love, but not its soul. It was after this one that the dreams got worse. They were no longer just about the killer, they were about me. I was in the archives again, but the shelves stretched into infinity, and the scent of orange peel and gasoline was so strong it choked me. I was looking for a file, a specific one, but my hands wouldn't obey. And then I'd wake, the taste of metal in my mouth, the ghost of that foreign knowledge clinging to me. We got a break, a small one. A traffic camera near the motel had caught a glimpse of a figure in a long dark coat, face obscured, carrying a large duffel bag. The gait was purposeful, unhurried. He walked like a man who owned the night. We ran the image through every database, came up with nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling I knew that walk, the set of those shoulders. It was a vague, dreamlike recognition, the kind that slips away the harder you try to grasp it. The killer, who the press had christened the preacher, wrote to the newspapers. His letters were theological dissertations on sin, on the moral decay of the city. He wasn't boasting. He was explaining. He saw himself as a necessary fire, a purging flame. He signed his work not with a name, but with a symbol, a stylized, abstract eye. The oculus, the letters called him, the all-seeing. The fifth sin was sloth, a reclusive slumlord found in his squalid apartment, his body atrophied, fused to a filthy armchair by neglect and his own filth. The note was simple. He chose to do nothing, so nothing is what he became. The pressure was a vice tightening around the entire department. The mayor was screaming for an arrest, any arrest. Brett was a live wire, his idealism curdling into a cold, hard cynicism. He started talking about taking justice into his own hands, about shortcuts. I warned him off. This kind of work, it gets inside you, I told him one night, the city lights smearing like tears on my office window. You start thinking like them to catch them, and one day you look in the mirror and you don't know who S looking back. He just stared at me, his eyes hollow. Maybe the man in the mirror is the only one who can get the job done. The sixth victim was Wrath, a known enforcer for a local crime family, a man of legendary violence. He was found in a boxing gym, his own hands used as the weapon to beat him to a pulp. The note was a single, stark sentence. His rage was his god, and it was a jealous god. It was the most brutal of the scenes, a raw, unrestrained explosion of violence that stood in stark contrast to the cold, ritualistic precision of the others. It felt different, it felt personal, and that S when the memory, the real one, finally broke the surface. It wasn't a memory of orange peel and gasoline. It was a memory of a case 25 years ago, a young couple murdered in their car, a botched robbery, they said, closed quickly. But I remembered the father of the girl, his face a mask of a grief so profound it had frozen into a permanent, quiet fury. He had asked me, his voice barely a whisper, how do you live in a world that allows this? And I, young and foolish, had given him some platitude about the system, about justice. He had just looked at me, his eyes like dark pools, and said, there is no justice, only consequence. His name was Alistair Carson. And his daughter's favorite thing in the world had been the oranges he would peel for her. The scent of the peel would fill their car. The world tilted, the vague, dreamlike scenes of my nightmares snapped into sharp, horrifying focus. The walk from the traffic camera, I knew it. I'd seen Carson at a fundraiser years later, a respected philanthropist now, a man who had built a library in his daughter's name. The oculus, not an eye. A father-esque grief, watching everything, judging everything. I didn't go to the captain, I didn't call for backup. I went to Brett. I laid it out for him in my apartment, the rain tapping at the windows like a persistent informant. I showed him the old file, the connection. It's him, Brett, Alistair Carson. Brett's face went through a series of transformations, disbelief, dawning comprehension, and finally, a grim, terrifying resolve. Where is he? He finishing his sermon, I said, my voice hollow. There's one sin left, envy. Brett's phone buzzed. He looked at it and his face drained of all color. It was a message from Bristol. She was home alone, worried. She said a man had been watching the house, a tall man in a dark coat. She said he just stood there in the rain, watching. Brett was out the door before I could stop him, a raw scream tearing from his throat. I followed, my old bones protesting, my heart a cold, dead weight in my chest. I knew with a certainty that was worse than any doubt. This was the finale, the seventh act. We skidded to a halt outside Brett's modest house. The door was unlocked. The inside was quiet, too quiet. The air smelled of rain and in lemon polish. The living room was immaculate, and there, in Brett's favorite armchair, sat Alistair Carson. He was an old man, elegant, with fine white hair and calm, deep-set eyes. He held a photograph in his hands, a picture of Brett and Bristol on their wedding day. He looked up as we entered, his expression one of profound sadness. "Detective," he said to me, his voice soft, cultured, "I wondered if you would remember." Brett had his gun drawn, his hand shaking. "Where is she? Where's my wife?" Carson ignored him, his gaze fixed on me. "You told me there was no justice. You were wrong. I have been crafting it piece by piece, sculpting it from the filth of this city. Avarice, pride, gluttony, lust, sloth, wrath, I have purified them. But the final sin, detective, is the most insidious. It is the sin that looks at the light in another's life and wishes to extinguish it. It is the sin that poisons the soul from within." He looked at Brett. "Your wife is safe, Detective Brett. She is sleeping upstairs. She is not the subject of my lesson. You are." Brett froze, the gun wavering. "What?" "Envy," Carson said, his voice dropping to a confessional whisper. "You envy your partner's resignation, his ability to live with the gray. You envy the dead their peace. You envy me my purpose. And most of all, you envy the world its happiness because you have seen its true, rotten face. Your anger is a child of your envy. It is the last sin to be purged." "This is between you and me," Brett snarled. "Let her go." "It was never about her," Carson said, and he looked tired, so incredibly tired. "It was always about the design, the perfect, moral design." And then everything happened at once. Brett lunged. Carson stood, not in defense, but in invitation. A shot rang out, sharp and deafening in the quiet room. It was mine. I don't know why I fired. To stop Brett, to stop Carson, to end the sermon. Carson fell back into the chair, a dark flower blooming on his crisp white shirt. He looked at me, and for a fleeting second there was no madness in his eyes, only a deep, abiding grief, and something else, something like gratitude. Then nothing. Brett was on his knees, sobbing, clutching his own head. Bristol came running down the stairs, screaming. The room was filled with noise and light and chaos. But I was somewhere else. I was back in the archives. The scent of orange peel and gasoline was gone, replaced by the smell of cordite and lemon polish. I had the file, I had the knowledge. I had possessed it all along, buried deep. I had looked into the abyss to catch a monster, and the abyss had not blinked. It had simply showed me my own reflection, weary and complicit. I had completed his design for him. I had become the final, unwitting instrument of his justice. The report called it a justified shooting. Carson was the preacher. The city breathed a sigh of relief. Brett took a leave of absence, his idealism shattered, his marriage a fragile thing he now clutched with desperate hands. He never looked at me the same way again. I sit now in the same archives, the dust motes dancing in the slanted light. The city outside is the same slow decay. Another call will come in soon. There is always another call. The memory surfaces again, not as a ghost, but as a companion. The scent of orange peel, the taste of metal, the knowledge of a crime I wasn't meant to possess, the crime of my own soul. The line between what really happened and what I suspect, between the hunter and the hunted, between justice and consequence, remains uncertain, a blurred line I now walk every day. The investigation is over. The mystery is solved, but the loop is just beginning. It always begins again. The new file landed on my desk with a soft thud, the sound absorbed by the cavernous quiet of the bullpen. It was a simple missing person, a young woman from the old quarter. Routine. But the address sent a low current through my worn-out nerves. It was a block from the cathedral. The air in the room suddenly felt thin, and the phantom scent of lemon polish and cordite, the smells from Brett's living room, ghosted through my senses. I pushed the file away, a reflexive gesture. My hand trembled slightly. Brett's empty desk was a monument across from mine. He was gone, officially on leave, but we all knew he wasn't coming back. The few times I'd called, Bristol's voice had been a polite, icy wall. He was healing, she said. He needed space. I understood. He had looked into the heart of a twisted sermon and seen his own reflection offered up as the final sacrifice. Some things you don't come back from. My captain, a man whose face was a roadmap of past disappointments, stopped by. Des, he grunted, nodding at the file. You seeing this? I saw it. It's probably nothing. Kid probably took off with a boyfriend. But given the location, people are jumpy. The preacher's shadow is long. Go take a look, close it fast. I didn't argue. Arguing required energy, and mine had been siphoned off, used up in that single, decisive moment when I pulled the trigger. The official inquiry had cleared me, justified, necessary. But in the quiet of my apartment, in the space between heartbeats, I replayed it. Carson's eyes. They hadn't been the eyes of a monster facing his end. They were the eyes of a man finally being granted a reprieve from a terrible, self-imposed duty. I hadn't stopped him. I had absolved him. The missing girl's apartment was small and tidy. There were books on art history, a half-finished cup of tea on the counter, a sweater draped over a chair. It felt lived in, peaceful. There was no sign of a struggle. Her name was Alara. Her neighbor, a wispy woman with nervous hands, said she was a quiet girl, a restorer who worked at the Cathedral Museum. She'd last seen her 2 nights ago, heading out for a walk, as she often did. She liked the quiet, the woman said the city at night was like a sleeping beast. She wasn't afraid of it. I thanked her and left. The cathedral loomed, its spires piercing the low, gray sky. I walked the route Alara would have taken, my footsteps echoing on the wet pavement. The city was indeed a sleeping beast, but it was a beast that dreamed of dark things. I found myself not looking for clues, but for a pattern, a design. My mind, trained for decades to connect disparate points, was now compulsively searching for the hidden sermon in every crime, the moral lesson in every tragedy. Back at the station, I ran her name, Alara Vance, clean, no debts, no jilted lovers, no online presence to speak of, a ghost, just like the preacher's victims had been in their own ways, defined by a single fatal sin. What was hers, I caught myself disgusted. I was doing it again, seeing his world. It was late when I finally left. The rain had started again, a fine, cold mist. My car was parked in the usual spot, a dark alley beside the precinct. As I approached, a flicker of movement in the rearview mirror caught my eye. A figure, tall and shrouded in a dark coat, stepped out from the shadows and was gone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, bird-like panic. I fumbled for my keys, my breath catching in my throat. It was just a pedestrian. It had to be. But as I slid into the driver's seat, the smell hit me. Not orange peel, not gasoline. It was fainter, more delicate. It was the scent of the oil she used, the one Alara used to restore old paintings. Linseed oil and turpentine. It was in her apartment, and now it was here in my car. I sat there for a long time, the engine off, the rain painting rivulets down the windshield. The investigation was over. The mystery was solved, but the loop was just beginning. It always begins again, and this time I was no longer the hunter tracking a ghost. I was the one being circled, my own regrets and complicity the bait. The final sin was not envy, it was memory, and mine had become a weapon turned against me. I drove home in a daze, the scent of turpentine clinging to the air in my car, a ghost in the machine. I searched the vehicle front and back, but found nothing. No note, no token, no threat, just the smell. It was a message only I could receive, a whisper meant to bypass my conscious mind and go straight to the rot of fear and memory festering inside. Someone knew. Someone knew about the connection I had felt in Alara's apartment, the way my mind had immediately tried to slot her into the preacher's old, twisted grid. Someone knew I was still trapped in his design. The next morning, a package was waiting for me at the precinct. No return address. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a single artist's brush. The handle was old, dark wood, worn smooth from use. The bristles were clean, but when I held it close, I caught the faint, unmistakable odor of linseed oil. There was no note, none was needed. I didn't log it into evidence. I couldn't. To do so would be to admit that this was happening, to make it real for the others. This was not for them. This was a conversation between me and the silence Carson had left behind. I put the brush in my desk drawer, and the smell lingered on my fingers all day, a persistent reminder. Alara's case went cold. There were no leads, no body, no demands. The official stance shifted to a presumed voluntary disappearance, but I kept working it in the margins during the long, quiet hours when the bullpen emptied out. I read her thesis on liturgical art in the cathedral's history. I learned about pigments and varnishes, about the patience required to restore something old and damaged without erasing its history. She was not a sinner, she was a preserver. The antithesis of Carson's destructive purification. A week later, I found the first one, a small, meticulously drawn symbol chalked on the brick wall in the alley where I parked my car. It was the oculus, Carson's eye. It was faded, as if it had been there for days, watching me come and go. I scrubbed it away with my sleeve, my heart thudding, the rough brick scraping my skin. The copycat theory was the most logical, the one I was supposed to believe. A sick individual inspired by the preacher's legend, now playing games with the detective who ended him. It was a story the department would understand, but it felt wrong. This was not an imitation, it was an evolution. Carson's work was grand, theatrical, a public sermon. This was intimate, subtle, a needle aimed directly at the seam of my psyche. This was not about the 7 deadly sins. This was about one, despair. I started seeing the symbols elsewhere, faintly etched into the wooden frame of my apartment door, scratched into the condensation on my kitchen window one morning. They were fleeting, ephemeral, designed to make me question my own eyes. I stopped sleeping. Every shadow in my apartment held a shape. Every sound from the street was a footstep. Brett called me. His voice was thin, stretched tight. Des, he said, I had a dream. He was there, Carson. He was standing in a room full of broken statues, and he was putting them back together. He looked at me and said, a restoration requires first a breaking. What does that mean? A cold dread seeped into my bones. He was reaching Brett, too, through the same channels of guilt and trauma. It's just a dream, Brett, I said, my voice hollow. You ray under a lot of stress. Is it? He asked, and the line went dead. I went to the cathedral. I needed to see where Alara worked, to stand in the space she had preserved. The museum was a hushed, hallowed place, smelling of old wood and wax. Her workspace was cordoned off, a small, orderly desk surrounded by canvases in various states of repair. On a small easel was a half-finished restoration of a medieval painting depicting a saint being cleansed of his demons. The saint's face was a picture of serene agony. The head of the museum, a frail man named Mr. Albright, watched me with a curious intensity. She was our best, he said, his voice a dry rustle. She had an empathy for the work. She said the cracks and the faded colors were not flaws, but a part of the story. To erase them was to tell a lie. I looked at the saint's face, at the meticulous brushstrokes Alara had used to mend a tear in the canvas across his cheek. Did she ever talk about Alistair Carson, the man they called the preacher? Albright's eyes widened slightly. The name came up, of course, a tragedy, such a loss, his daughter. Alara was fascinated by the pattern of it all, the aesthetic of judgment. She found a certain terrible beauty in it. He gestured to the painting. She said the line between a saint and a monster was often just the direction of their obsession. I left the cathedral feeling more lost than ever. The rain had stopped, leaving the city gleaming under a pale, sickly sun. As I walked back to my car, parked a few blocks away, I saw a fresh symbol. This one wasn't tea chalk or a scratch. It was made from something dark and viscous, painted on the passenger side window of my car, the oculus, and beneath it, a single word written in the same substance. Remember. I stood there on the empty street, the city noise fading into a dull roar in my ears. This was no copycat. The methodology was different, the message was different, but the core was the same. A mind of immense focus, using the world as its canvas to teach a lesson. Carson's sermon was over, but the church was still standing, and I was still inside, a captive congregation of one, being forced to remember every single terrible note. The investigation was a loop, and I was running its circumference, forever chasing a truth that was always one step behind, a truth that was now hunting me. The substance was dry to the touch, flaking away like old blood. I got a rag and a bottle of water from my trunk and scrubbed the window clean, my movements frantic, jerky. The word smeared but eventually vanished. Remember, I knew what it meant. It wasn't a command to recall the case. It was an accusation. It meant I should remember my own role, my own fatal flaw that had allowed Carson's design to reach its completion. My complicity was the cornerstone of this new architecture. I drove to the one place I thought I might find a different kind of answer, the city morgue. The attendant, a young woman named Lena with tired eyes and a sleeve of tattoos, knew me well. I didn't ask about Alara. I asked to see Alistair Carson. She led me to the cold storage, her sneakers squeaking on the linoleum. He's scheduled for cremation next week, she said, her voice echoing in the sterile chill. No one ever claimed him. She pulled out the long tray. The sheet was stark white. She pulled it back to his shoulders. His face was waxy and peaceful, the small, neat hole over his heart barely visible. He looked like what he was, an old man used up. There was no grand design here, no cosmic justice, just the cold, final fact of death. Has anyone else been to see him? I asked, my voice low. Lena shook her head. Just you and the pathologist, of course. She covered him back up and slid the tray home with a definitive thud. Of course, the thought was a quiet, chilling certainty. The pathologist, the one who had performed the autopsy, the one who had handled the body, who had seen the precise placement of my bullet, who had access to every detail of Carson's physical end. I left the morgue and went straight to the administrative office, pulling the autopsy report from the file. The signing pathologist was Dr. Adam Price. I looked him up. He was new, transferred from a city upstate 6 months ago, a specialist in forensic pathology, a man who understood the body not as a person but as a text to be read, a man who, in his own way, was also a restorer of the story of a death. I didn't go to his office. I went to his home, a tidy brownstone in a quiet, professional part of the city. It was late. A single light was on in an upstairs window. I stood across the street, watching the rain beginning again, a soft, steady hiss. I wasn't a detective on a case anymore. I was a man standing outside another man's house, trapped in a story I didn't write. The front door opened. A figure stepped out, not wearing a coat, standing in the drizzle. He was tall, with a lined academic frame. He looked directly across the street at me. He didn't wave, didn't speak. He just stood there as if he had been waiting for me, as if my arrival was the next inevitable beat in a script he had memorized. Then he turned, went back inside, and closed the door. The porch light went out. I stood there in the rain, soaked and shaking. He wasn't hiding, he was showing me. He was demonstrating his complete awareness, his control. He knew I would come. He knew the path my mind would walk because he had laid the stones for it himself. The brush, the symbols, the scent, the word on my window, they were all breadcrumbs leading me not to Alara, but to him. And to the terrible, burgeoning truth that this was not a copycat. This was a successor, a disciple, and his sermon was just beginning. His text was not the sins of strangers. It was the damaged soul of the detective who had killed his master. His restoration required first a breaking, and mine was already underway. The phone in my pocket vibrated, a harsh buzz against my leg. I fumbled for it, my wet fingers slipping on the screen. It was the precinct, another call, a body. They didn't say where, but I knew. The knowledge was a cold stone in my gut. I turned my back on Price's dark house and walked to my car. The drive was a blur of rain-smeared streetlights and the monotonous swish of the wipers. I was operating on a kind of autopilot, my mind a roaring static of dread and a strange, resigned clarity. They had cordoned off the alley behind the Cathedral Museum. The flashing lights of the squad cars painted the wet bricks in pulses of blue and red. The uniforms parted for me, their faces grim. Captain was already there, his coat collar turned up against the drizzle. He didn't look at me as I approached. "It's her," he said, his voice flat. "Alara Vance." She was propped against the wall, seated almost gracefully, as if taking a rest. Her head was bowed, her hands folded in her lap. There was no visible violence, no blood. She could have been sleeping, but for the absolute, profound stillness of death. And she was dressed in a clean, white conservator-esque smock. The smell of linseed oil was strong here, cutting through the alley-esque stench of damp and decay. "Cause of death?" I asked, my own voice sounding distant. "Unknown, no obvious trauma. Price is on his way." The captain finally turned to me. His eyes were heavy. There is something else. He gestured with his flashlight. On the wall beside her, written in the same dark, viscous substance that had been on my car window, was a single sentence. "I will restore your soul." It wasn't a threat, it was a promise, a pastoral promise. Price wasn't just talking to me, he was talking about me. Alara was the medium, the object lesson. Her preservation was the counterpoint to the breaking he intended for me. The coroner's van arrived, and with it, Dr. Adam Price. He stepped out, calm and efficient, pulling on his latex gloves. He acknowledged the captain with a curt nod. His gaze swept over the scene, over Alara's body, over the writing on the wall, and finally it landed on me. There was no recognition in his eyes, no hint of the silent communication from his doorstep. There was only the cool, detached professionalism of a scientist at work. He knelt by the body, his movements precise. He didn't touch her at first, just observed. Then he gently lifted her chin. I saw it then, a small, almost delicate symbol drawn on her forehead in what looked like charcoal. It was the oculus. Carson's eye, now closed in death, was painted on his victim. Price looked up, his expression one of academic interest. "Fascinating," he said, his voice carrying easily in the hushed alley. "The presentation is ritualistic, but the cause appears to be toxicological, a peaceful passing." He then looked directly at me, his eyes clear and untroubled. "Detective, you were the primary on the Carson case, correct? Your insight here would be invaluable." The audacity of it was breathtaking. He was inviting me in not as a pursuer, but as a collaborator. He was weaving me into his process, making me a part of the restoration he was enacting. The loop was tightening. I wasn't just walking the line anymore. The line was being drawn around me, and Adam Price was holding the chalk. I had come to the scene of a crime, but I was standing in the center of my own confession, and the priest had just arrived to hear it. I didn't answer him. I couldn't. My throat had closed, the words trapped behind a wall of pure, cold understanding. I simply turned and walked away, past the captain's questioning stare, past the uniforms with their pitying looks. I walked out of the alley and kept going, my shoes splashing through puddles, the city lights stretching and blurring in my tear-filled eyes. He had won. He had not just killed her. He had framed her death as a sacred act, and in doing so, he had framed my soul as the canvas for his next work. I ended up on a park bench, miles from the scene, shivering in my wet clothes. The rational part of my mind, the detective, was screaming about evidence, procedure, building a case against Price. But that part was small and growing smaller. The larger part knew that procedure was useless. You can arrest a man for understanding you too well. You can charge someone with the crime of holding up a mirror. My phone buzzed again. Brett. I let it go to voicemail. A moment later, a text came through. He called me. That was all. I knew who he was. Price was expanding his congregation, pulling in the other wounded soul from Carson Spree. He was reassembling the cast for his new production. I had to go home. I had to get dry to think. But the thought of my apartment, with its familiar shadows and its hidden, scratched symbols, filled me with a deep, biological revulsion. It was no longer a sanctuary. It was another one of his stages. When I finally forced myself to open the door, the smell was the first thing I noticed. Not turpentine. This was different, metallic and coppery. The living room was dark, but a sliver of light from the hallway illuminated the scene on my coffee table. My service weapon, my own revolver, was laid out on a white cloth. It had been disassembled, each part meticulously cleaned and polished. It gleamed under the faint light, a collection of inert, deadly metal. And beside the cloth was a small, clear bottle of gun oil and a clean, unused patch of cloth. He had been in my home. He had handled my weapon. He had performed this intimate, ritualistic maintenance. It was a perverse act of care, a restoration. He was preparing the tool for its purpose, my purpose. I backed out of the apartment, my heart not hammering anymore, but beating a slow, funeral dirge. I descended the stairs and walked out into the night. There was only one place left to go, one person who might understand the texture of this particular hell. Brett's house was dark, but his car was in the driveway. I didn't knock. I tried the door and found it unlocked. The living room was a mess, books pulled from shelves, papers scattered. Brett was sitting on the floor in the middle of it all, his head in his hands. He looked up as I entered. His eyes were red-raw. He told me to prepare, Brett whispered. He said the breaking is almost complete. He said you would know what comes next. I knelt in front of him, the weight of my soaked coat feeling like a lead apron. What else, Brett? What did he say? Brett's gaze was distant, unfocused. He said a saint is just a monster who has been properly understood. He said Carson's work was a first draft, flawed because it was focused on the world. He said the true restoration has to begin within. He finally looked at me, his expression one of terrified lucidity. He is not going to kill you, Des. He is going to make you a saint, and he is going to use me to do it. The pieces clicked into their final, dreadful alignment. Price saw my guilt, my obsession, my despair not as flaws, but as virtues waiting to be purified. My suicide, framed as a moment of holy clarity, would be his masterpiece. And Brett, the other survivor, would be the witness, the apostle who would spread the word of my transformation. It was perfect. It was the sermon to end all sermons. I reached out and took Brett's hand. It was ice cold. We sat there in the wreckage of his living room, two broken men in the silent eye of a storm that was not of nature, but of a single brilliant and utterly mad mind. The beast of the city was no longer sleeping. It was awake, and it had learned to preach, and we were its last, best scripture. The silence in Brett's house was a physical presence, thick and heavy with the unsaid. We were two statues in a museum of our own ruin. I held onto his hand, a pointless anchor in a world that had lost all its gravity. There was no plan. There was only the inevitable, barreling toward us on a track Price had laid with the precision of a master engineer. He left something for you, Brett said, his voice a dry crackle. He didn't let go of my hand, just gestured with his chin toward the kitchen counter. A single, crisp envelope, the kind used for formal invitations, lay there. My name was written on it in a fluid, elegant script. I forced myself to stand, my joints protesting. I picked up the envelope. It was heavy, containing more than just paper. I slid out a small, folded card and a key. The card bore no greeting, only a single line. The final restoration requires the original workshop. The key was old brass with an ornate, tarnished head. I knew what it unlocked. Alistair Carson's old row house, the place where he had planned his sermons, the place we had finally cornered him, the place where I had fired the shot that ended it. The department had sealed it. The lock had been changed, but Price had gotten a key. Of course he had. "He wants you to go back," Brett said from the floor. It wasn't a question. "He's not just going to kill me there, Brett," I said, the key cold in my palm. "That would be too simple. He wants to perform a ritual. He needs the setting." "Then don't go." His plea was weak, hollow. We both knew it was the only move left on the board. I looked at the key, the original workshop, where it had all begun, where Carson's design had reached its violent conclusion. Price was a restorer. He was going to fix Carson's flawed ending by giving it a new one. My death there wouldn't be a murder. In his eyes, it would be a correction, a completion. My phone vibrated in my pocket, making me flinch. I pulled it out, a blocked number, a text message. "The materials are prepared. The artist is waiting." I showed it to Brett. He closed his eyes, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "I can watch it happen, Des. I can You won't have to," I said, and I meant it. This was my path to walk, my confession to make, but I wouldn't give Price his witness. I wouldn't let him make Brett a part of this. I left him there. I didn't say goodbye. There was nothing left to say that wouldn't be a lie. The drive across the city was a dream. The streets were empty, the traffic lights cycling through their colors for no one. I parked a block away from Carson's old house. The neighborhood was quiet, sleeping. The row house looked just as it had the day we stormed it, a little more weathered, a little more forgot. The police seal on the door was broken, hanging in limp, yellow strips. The brass key slid into the new, heavy-duty lock with a soft click. It turned smoothly. He had oiled it. He had prepared everything. I pushed the door open. The smell hit me first, not dust and decay, but turpentine and fresh paint. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. The living room was transformed. The furniture, once overturned and riddled with evidence tags, was righted and arranged neatly. The bloodstain on the floorboards was gone, sanded away and revarnished, but that wasn't the most shocking thing. The walls, once bare, were now covered, not with Carson's frantic scrawls and scripture, but with Price's clean, precise diagrams, anatomical drawings of the human heart, schematics of a revolver, my revolver, with each part labeled. And there in the center of the main wall was a large, beautifully rendered painting. It was a classical triptych. On the left, a depiction of me in my detective S-coat standing over Carson's body. In the center, a figure, my face, contorted in an agony of despair. On the right, the same figure, serene, beatific, a halo of light around its head, a cleaned and assembled revolver held loosely in its hand. He had painted my martyrdom before it had even happened. A soft light came from the kitchen. I walked toward it, my feet silent on the clean floor. Dr. Adam Price stood at the kitchen table, which was covered with a white sheet. On it lay my service revolver, fully reassembled. Next to it was a single, polished bullet. He looked up as I entered. He wasn't wearing his lab coat, just a simple black sweater. He looked like a scholar in his study. "Detective," he said, his voice calm, welcoming. "I am glad you understood the invitation. A restoration is always best conducted on site. It preserves the context." I just stared at him, at the gun, at the bullet, the final material. "Carson saw the sickness in the world," Price continued, gesturing to the painted walls, but his method was extroverted. He failed to see that the most profound corruption, and thus the most profound redemption, lies within. Your guilt, your despair, they aren't weaknesses. They are the raw materials of grace. You have been broken for so long, detective. Tonight, I am here to help you put the pieces back together in their proper, holy order. He picked up the bullet, holding it between his thumb and forefinger like a sacrament. "This is not an end," he said softly, his eyes burning with a terrifying, benevolent light. "It is a translation." I didn't move. I just watched him, this man who had rearranged my life into a sacred text, who saw my pain as his medium. The air was thick with the smell of his art and his madness. He placed the bullet back on the white cloth, perfectly aligned with the revolver. "It doesn't have to be Brett," I said. My voice was flat, the voice of a man already dead. "Leave him out of this." Price smiled, a small, gentle curve of his lips. "Brett is the witness. His trauma is the soil in which this new truth will grow. His survival gives your sacrifice its meaning. You see, a story needs an audience, otherwise it's just noise." He took a step toward me, not threatening, but instructive, like a teacher approaching a hesitant student. "Your death will not be a suicide, detective. It will be an elevation, a final, definitive act of understanding. You will acknowledge the truth Carson showed you, the truth you've been running from ever since, that you and he were two sides of the same coin, order and chaos, creation and destruction. I am merely the mint, striking the final, perfect addition." My eyes flicked to the gun on the table. It was the only thing in the room that looked real. Everything else was a prop in his theater of salvation. "You think you're restoring something," I said, "but you're just another monster with a paintbrush." "Every saint needs a devil," he replied smoothly. "And you have played your part so well, the reluctant savior, the guilty priest. Now it is time for the apotheosis." He gestured to the gun. "The choice is yours, of course, it must be. That is the core of the ritual, authentic volition. You can walk out that door. You can return to your life, to the half-existence of denial and whiskey. You can let Brett bear the weight of this story alone, or you can pick up the tool. You can complete the narrative. You can become the lesson that saves him." He was right. That was the most horrifying part. He had built a box with no walls, a prison made entirely of my own choices. To leave was to condemn Brett to a lifetime of this psychological torment, to make him the sole keeper of a story that would inevitably consume him. To stay was to give Price exactly what he wanted. I looked at the triptych on the wall, at my own face rendered in agony and then in peace. He hadn't just predicted my actions, he had aestheticized them. He had turned my suffering into art. I took a step toward the table. The floorboards creaked under my weight, the same sound they made the night I killed Carson. Price watched me, his expression one of serene anticipation. He believed he had won. He believed his logic was inescapable. My hand hovered over the cool, polished metal of the revolver. I saw my reflection distorted in its barrel. This was the moment he had been working toward, the culmination of all his planning. I wrapped my fingers around the grip. It was familiar. It was mine. And in that familiarity, I found the flaw in his perfect script. He saw the gun as a symbol, a sacred object. I saw it as a tool, my tool. I didn't turn it on myself. I moved with the muscle memory of 1,000 range drills, the pivot and aim so fast it was a single motion. I didn't look at the painting. I didn't look at the bullet. I looked only at the surprised widening of Dr. Adam Price's eyes, the brief shattering of his calm. The roar of the gunshot was deafening in the sealed room. It wasn't a translation. It was a period, a full stop. He fell, a dark red bloom spreading across his black sweater, his body collapsing onto the clean floor he had prepared. The academic interest in his eyes was gone, replaced by the blank, stupid stare of the newly dead. The smell of gunpowder washed over the scent of turpentine. I stood there, the gun still raised, my hand steady. The room was silent again, but the silence was different now. It was empty. The sermon was over. I lowered the weapon. I looked at the triptych one last time. He was wrong. I wasn't a saint or a monster. I was just a man with a gun who had run out of other options. I walked out of the original workshop, leaving the door open behind me, letting the cold night air rush in to cleanse the holy stink of him. The cold air felt like a slap, shocking me back into the world. Sirens were already wailing in the distance, drawn by the gunshot. I didn't run. I walked to the end of the block, the revolver heavy in my coat pocket. I sat on the curb and waited, my breath pluming in the frigid air. When the first patrol car screeched to a halt, I didn't stand up. I just placed my hands on my knees, palms up. They approached with caution, weapons drawn, their faces young and scared. I told them my name, my badge number. I told them there was a dead man in the house. I didn't say anything else. The processing was a blur of bright lights and procedure. They took my weapon, my coat, my statement. The captain came in, his face a mask of grief and fury. He asked me why. I looked past him at the mirrored glass of the interrogation room and said nothing. What could I say? That I had stopped a sermon, that I had corrected a correction. They put me in a cell for the night. The cot was hard, the blanket thin. I didn't sleep. I stared at the concrete wall, not seeing Price's diagrams or Carson's scrawls, just the blank gray surface. It was over. The beast was dead, but its echo was inside me now, a part of my bones. I had played my role in the end. I had provided the violent climax. In the morning, my lawyer came. The charges were being sorted. Self-defense was on the table, given Price's history, the overwhelming evidence of his obsession. But it was messy. A detective, a vigilante killing, a crime scene staged like an art installation. The department wanted it buried. They released me on administrative leave, pending a full investigation. I walked out of the precinct into a pale, washed-out morning. Reporters swarmed, their shouts a meaningless buzz. I pushed through them, my head down. Brett was waiting on the other side of the street, leaning against his car. He looked older, the lines on his face carved deep. He didn't say anything as I got in. He just started driving. We ended up at the diner we used to go to after night shifts, a place with bad coffee and strong pancakes. We sat in a booth by the window. The silence between us was no longer heavy with dread, but filled with a shared, exhausted emptiness. He stirred his coffee, the spoon clinking softly against the ceramic. I heard what happened, he said finally. I just nodded. They're saying you saved my life. Maybe, I said, I don't know what I did. He looked at me, his eyes clear for the first time in weeks. You ended it, Des. However it happened, you ended it. But I knew it wasn't that simple. Price was gone, but his vision lingered. He had restored me, just not in the way he intended. He had sanded me down to my most essential, brutal component, a man who solves problems with a bullet. I had rejected his sainthood and chosen the other role he had written for me, the monster. I would never be a detective again. That life was over. As Brett drove me home, I looked at the city passing by, at the people going about their lives, oblivious to the sermons being preached in the quiet rooms just off the main streets. The beast was dead, but the city was still a church, and I was just a man who had finally learned how to pray. Story 2. Wind came down from the hills first, a long, low sigh through the pines that surrounded the property. It carried the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and thin that the rain had not yet washed away. It slipped under the door of the cabin and stirred the dust on the floorboards, making the pages of a discarded book flutter like a dying thing. I felt it on my face as I pushed the door open, that cold breath, and I knew it was the first witness. It had been here. It had seen everything. The cabin was a still life of violence interrupted. A single lamp lay shattered on the floor, its glass scattered like frozen tears. A chair was overturned, one leg pointing accusingly towards the ceiling. And there on the rough-hewn wood of the table, a dark, blossoming stain had soaked into the grain, a map of a terrible, final journey. My team moved around me, a ballet of latex gloves and evidence bags, their voices hushed, as if the walls themselves were listening. I stood very still, letting the scene imprint itself upon me. This was not the first, it was the third, and we were no closer to the source of the infection than we had been at the start. His name was Arthur Easton. I learned it not from a file, but from a video, a local news clip from a community garden opening. He was tall, with hair the color of wheat and eyes that seemed to absorb the light around them. He was speaking, but the audio was tinny and distant. I watched his hands, though. They moved with a fluid, deliberate grace, painting pictures in the air, and the small crowd around him was utterly still, their faces upturned like flowers to the sun. He was not a handsome man, not in the classical sense, but he had a magnetism that the camera could not diminish. It was a pull, a gravity. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. This was not a man who commanded. He was a man who consumed. The victims were a disparate collection. A city councilman known for his tough-on-crime rhetoric found in a donated luxury car with his throat cut. A beloved high school teacher stabbed in her own classroom after hours. And now this, a reclusive carpenter in his mountain cabin. The only thread, so fine it was almost invisible, was a symbol. It was carved into the councilman's desk, scratched into the chalkboard in the classroom, and now here, etched with a fingernail or a knife point into the soft wood beside the bloodstain. A circle with a single vertical line descending from its center, like a root seeking water. It meant nothing to us then. It was just a mark, a signature. The break came from a girl. She was found wandering on a county road, her clothes torn, her eyes vacant. She wouldn't speak for days. When she finally did, her voice was a whisper, the sound of leaves scraping on pavement. She called herself Lily. That was not her name. Her name was Sarah Gable, and she had been missing for 6 months. Her parents, good, solid people with fear-etched faces, showed me a picture from before. A girl with a bright, open smile holding a tennis racket. The girl in the interview room was a ghost of that one. She spoke of the garden. That was what they called it. A place where you shed the lies of the world, your name, your past, your wants. You became pure. You became an instrument. He showed us the rot, she whispered, her fingers plucking at the hem of her sweatshirt. He showed us how the world is just a beautiful poison, how we are all asleep, dreaming someone else's dream. He woke us up. And the people who were killed, I asked, my voice soft, a doctor's voice. The councilman, the teacher, the man in the cabin. She looked at me then, and for a moment, the vacancy in her eyes was replaced by a terrifying clarity. They were weeds, choking the garden. They had to be plucked for the new world to grow. The new world, the garden, it was Easton's ideology, a patchwork of nihilism and pseudo-mysticism, stitched together with the thread of his own immense charisma. He preached a return to purity, to a state beyond good and evil, where the only sin was hypocrisy and the only virtue was absolute, unwavering loyalty to the truth as he defined it. And his truth was that society was a corpse, and the only way to save the soul was to burn the body. His followers, these lost children from good homes and broken homes, from colleges and dead-end jobs, they weren't just listening. They were drinking. He was the water, and they were dying of thirst. The trial was a theater of the absurd. The courtroom, with its high ceilings and dark wood, felt like a cage for a beast we could not properly see. Easton sat at the defense table, serene. He never looked at the evidence, the photographs, the grim parade of forensics experts. He looked at the jury. He looked at the reporters. He looked at his followers, who sat in the gallery every day, their faces blank, their postures identical, a human wall of silence and devotion. They were no longer Sarah and Mark and Jason. They were Lily and River and Stone. I stood before them, Brooks the prosecutor, and I laid out our case. I spoke of forensic evidence, of phone records, of the symbol carved into the scenes. I presented a case of cold, hard fact, but I was fighting a ghost. The defendants, when they spoke, did not deny the acts. They affirmed them. They spoke of their actions with a chilling, beatific calm. They had not murdered, they had harvested. They had not sinned, they had transcended. Easton's lawyer, a sharp, cynical man, did not try to prove innocence. He put the world itself on trial. He spoke of a corrupt system, of a society that created its own monsters. He was not defending his client, he was amplifying him. The most haunting testimony came from a boy named Mark, who now called himself Oak. He was 19, with the soft hands of a former piano student. He described the night of the carpenter's murder. He spoke not with rage or remorse, but with the flat tone of a man reciting a recipe. The wind was loud that night, he said. It covered the sound of our footsteps. He was a lonely man, a quiet man, but he built things. He built cages for the mind, little boxes for people to live in. Arthur said he was a key maker for the prison. We went to take his keys. "And how did you do that?" I asked, my own voice feeling hollow in the vast room. He opened the door. He was surprised to see us. He had a kind face. We showed him the blade. We showed him the truth. He understood at the end. I saw it in his eyes. The acceptance. We carved the mark to show that the door was now open. I looked at Easton. He was watching Oak, and on his face was the faintest trace of a smile. A teacher pleased with his star pupil. It was then I understood the true horror. He had not forced them. He had not drugged them. He had simply given them a story, a beautiful, terrible story in which they were the heroes, the gardeners of a new Eden, and they had chosen to believe it. He had handed them a key, and they had willingly locked themselves inside. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. The evidence was overwhelming, guilty, all of them. Easton was the last to be sentenced. He was allowed to speak. He stood straight and calm and turned not to the judge, but to the gallery, to the cameras. "You think this is an end," he said, his voice resonant, filling the room without effort. "You think you have caged the storm, but the wind you hear is just the beginning. The seeds are already sown. In the cracks of your cities, in the silence of your hearts, the garden grows. You cannot stop what is coming. You can only wait for the harvest." He was taken away. The reporters scrambled. The gavel fell. It was over. We had won. Years passed. I left the prosecutor's office. The case, the Garden murders, became a footnote in the annals of true crime, a dark fable for a disillusioned time. I tried to forget the sound of their voices, the emptiness in their eyes. I bought a small house near the coast where the air smelled of salt, not blood. One afternoon, I was in the city for a meeting. On a whim, I walked past the old courthouse. It was being renovated. The great doors were propped open, and the sound of construction echoed from within. I stepped inside. The main hall was stripped bare, the benches gone, the judge's dais covered in a white drop cloth. Dust motes danced in the slanted light from the high windows. It was just a room now, empty and waiting. But as I stood there, the memory of it all returned, not as a thought, but as a physical sensation, the weight of the air, the gaze of the followers, the sound of Easton's voice promising a new world from the ashes of the old. I walked out and down the steps. The city moved around me, oblivious. A young woman handed me a flyer for a yoga studio. I didn't look at it, I just held it. Later, sitting on a bench, I finally glanced down. The flyer was cheaply printed. In the corner beside the address and times was a small, simple logo, a circle, with a single vertical line descending from its center like a root seeking water. My breath caught. It was nothing, of course, a coincidence, a random shape. The wind picked up, tugging at the paper in my hand, a dry, insistent whisper. It was the same wind that had sighed through the pines around that mountain cabin. It was the same wind that had blown through the courtroom on the day of the verdict. It had been there for all of it, and it was here now, telling me that nothing ever really ends. The seeds are always sown. The door is never truly locked. I let go of the flyer. The wind took it, tumbling it end over end down the street, a white scrap lost in the city's gray breath, a single trace on the air, hinting at everything that had occurred and all that was still to come. I did not follow the flyer. To do so would have been to give it a power it did not deserve, to acknowledge the chill that had settled deep in my bones. It was a coincidence, a random geometric shape used by some wellness entrepreneur who had no idea of the symbol's bloody history. I told myself this, repeating it like a mantra as I walked back to my car, the salt air of my coastal home a distant memory, replaced by the city's exhaust. But the mind is its own place. That night in the sterile quiet of a hotel room, I opened my laptop. My fingers, which had not typed a search query like this in years, felt stiff and foreign. Circle with line symbol. The results were a flood of meaningless esoterica, alchemical signs, spiritual logos, corporate branding. I refined the search, adding the name of the city. Nothing. I searched for the yoga studio. It was called Root and Branch. The website was benign, filled with stock photos of serene people in impossible poses. The logo was there, clean and modern. It meant nothing. It had to mean nothing. Yet a week later, I was still in the city. I had invented reasons, meetings with old colleagues, consultations that paid too well to refuse. The truth was a quiet hum in the back of my skull, a frequency I had tried to turn off but now found myself desperately tuning into. I drove past the yoga studio. It was in a refurbished warehouse in a part of town known for artisanal bakeries and vintage clothing stores. People came and went, ordinary people in leggings and sweatshirts carrying rolled-up mats. They looked healthy, normal. There was no vacant stare, no uniform posture. I sat in my car for an hour, watching, and felt like a fool. I was a retired prosecutor haunted by a ghost, chasing shadows in the sunshine. The break, as it had years before, came from an unexpected place, not from a girl, but from a file. My successor in the prosecutor's office, a sharp, ambitious woman named Davis, had heard I was in town and asked me to consult on an unrelated case, a complex fraud investigation. Over coffee, our conversation drifted. I mentioned offhand the symbol. I called it an old ghost. Her face, usually a mask of professional composure, flickered. "That's strange," she said, setting her cup down. "We've had a few things cross our desk, low-level stuff, vandalism mostly. A city parks commissioner had his car spray painted. A school board member's office was broken into and trashed. No theft, just a mess. And that symbol was left behind. We wrote it off as kids, copycats. The garden murders are part of the local mythology now." "Where?" I asked, my voice tighter than I intended. She told me the names, the dates. They were minor functionaries, people with small amounts of power, people who in Easton's warped cosmology would be considered weeds. The incidents were scattered, small, easily dismissed. There was no murder, no violence against persons, just property damage and a symbol. It was the perfect way to start again. Small, quiet, deniable, a test of the soil. I knew then that I could not go back to my house by the coast. The peace I had built there was a lie, a fragile dam against a tide that had never truly receded. Easton was in a supermax prison, utterly isolated, his mail monitored, his visitors non-existent, but his voice was not. It was a virus and it had found new hosts. The method was perfect. Don T. Recruit the lost and the broken, not at first. That draws attention. First you recruit the normal, the healthy, the ones who would never be on a watch list. You give them a community, a sense of purpose. You give them yoga and green smoothies and a philosophy that feels like empowerment. And slowly you introduce the rot. You show them how the world is a poison. You point to the weeds. I went back to the yoga studio that evening. A class was just letting out. People spilled out onto the sidewalk, laughing, glowing with post-exercise endorphins. I watched them and I tried to see beneath the surface. Was there a flicker of something else in their eyes, a fervor, or was I just a broken man seeing patterns in the chaos? Then I saw her. She was locking the studio's front door, a woman with a calm, capable face. She turned and the light from a street lamp caught the silver pendant around her neck. It was a simple, elegant design, a circle with a single vertical line descending from its center. She did not look like a ghost. She looked like a leader. She smiled at a passing student, a warm, genuine smile, and in that moment I understood the true, terrifying evolution of the garden. It was no longer a refuge for the damned. It was a recruiting ground for the ordinary. The wind had not brought a storm this time. It had brought a fog, quiet and insidious, and it was already here, settling over the city, and I was the only one who could see it. I did not approach her. To confront her there on the street would have been pointless and reckless. She was protected by a veneer of normalcy that I could not pierce with words alone. Instead, I became a student of her movements. Her name was Alara. She owned the studio, taught the most advanced classes, and lived in a tidy apartment above a bookstore 2 blocks away. She shopped at the farmer's market. She had a dog, a friendly golden retriever she would walk in the park every morning. She was, by all appearances, a pillar of a gentle, burgeoning community. For 2 weeks I watched. I rented a room with a view of the studio's entrance and spent my days in the nearby coffee shop, my fraud case consultation a convenient cover. I saw the same people return, their commitment deepening. I began to recognize the inner circle. They were not hollow-eyed fanatics. They were a graphic designer, a nurse, a contractor. They stayed after class for tea, talking in hushed, earnest tones. They carried themselves with a quiet certainty that set them apart from the casual attendees. They had found the answer, and the answer was Alara. I knew I needed to get inside. I needed to hear the words, not just see the symbols. On a Thursday, I put on a pair of old sweatpants and walked into the Root and Branch studio for a beginner-esque class. The air was warm and smelled of sandalwood and sweat. People smiled at me, their welcomes feeling genuine. Alara led the class. Her voice was a soft instrument, guiding us through poses, telling us to release the tensions of the world, to find the truth in our own bodies. It was all standard, holistic wellness. There was no talk of weeds, no talk of rot. It was a masterclass in misdirection. After class, as I was rolling up my mat, she approached me. "You're new," she said, her eyes a calm, clear blue. They held mine without aggression, but with a deep, assessing quality. "Just visiting," I said. "A friend recommended it." "Welcome," she said, and her smile was a perfect, warm thing. The first step is always the hardest. To walk through that door is to admit you're looking for something more. She placed a hand on my arm, a brief, comforting gesture. The world makes so much noise. It's a relief to find a place of silence, isn't it? It was an innocent question, but I heard the echo in it. The world is noise. The world is a poison. I simply nodded, afraid my voice would betray the cold recognition I felt. That night I accessed the class roster from the studio's unsecured Wi-Fi. Cross-referencing the names of the inner circle with the victims of the recent vandalism was a long shot, but it was all I had, and I found it. One name. The graphic designer, a man named Leo, had been the campaign manager for the park's commissioner whose car was vandalized. He had been fired from that job a year ago after a disagreement. It wasn't just random targeting, it was personal. It was a grudge sanctified by a new ideology, a weed plucked. I took my findings to Davis. She listened, her expression grim. It's circumstantial, Brooks, a yoga class and a fired employee with a grudge. A good defense attorney would laugh us out of court. It's a pattern, I insisted. It's how it starts. It's a dry run. They're testing their resolve, testing our response. The violence will follow. It always does. "We can't get a warrant for a yoga studio based on a symbol and a hunch," she said, but I saw the doubt in her eyes. She had read the old files. She knew the shape of this particular darkness. I left her office feeling the familiar weight of futility. The system moved slowly, bound by rules, while the infection spread in the quiet spaces between those rules. I was an outsider now, a ghost from a previous war. I had no authority, only a terrible certainty. My phone buzzed. It was an unknown number, a text message. It contained no words, only a picture. It was a photograph of my house by the coast, taken from the beach, the evening light glinting off the windows. Then a second message arrived. "The wind reaches everywhere, Mr. Brooks. Even the shore is not silent. Perhaps you should go home. Your own garden needs tending." They knew me. They had found my retreat, my sanctuary. The message was not a threat of violence, but something more profound. It was a reminder of my place in their story. I was a weed, too, an old, persistent weed from a past season, and they were the gardeners. I stood on the sidewalk, the city swirling around me, and I felt the walls of the world grow thin. The door was open. The garden was here, and the harvest was yet to come. I did not go home. The photograph was not a warning to flee, but a lure to draw me away from the city, from the heart of the new growth. They wanted me isolated, a worried old man guarding an empty beach. Instead, I checked out of my hotel and paid cash for a room in a different part of the city, a place with thin walls and the constant smell of fried food. I became a ghost in the machine of their world. I focused on Leo, the graphic designer. He was the thread. He lived in a loft apartment near the old industrial canal. For 3 days I watched him. He went to work at a design firm, he went to the studio, he went grocery shopping. He lived a life of quiet routine. But on the third night, he did not go home after his advanced class. He walked with purpose away from the bright lights into the warehouse district that bordered the canal. I followed at a distance, my footsteps silent on the damp pavement. He stopped at a rusted metal door set into the side of a defunct textile mill. He knocked twice, paused, then knocked once more. The door opened, spilling a sliver of warm light into the gloom, and he slipped inside. This was not a yoga class, this was the route. I circled the building. It was a fortress of crumbling brick and boarded-up windows, but on the canal side, a loading bay door was slightly ajar, warped by time and neglect. I squeezed through the gap into a vast, dark space that smelled of old oil and stagnant water. A faint light and the murmur of voices filtered down from a mezzanine level. I moved carefully, my heart a hammer in my chest, each creak of the floorboards sounding like a gunshot in the silence. I found a metal staircase and climbed, keeping to the shadows. The voices grew clearer. I peered around a stack of rotting wooden pallets. The mezzanine had been transformed. The floor was swept clean. In the center, a large, circular symbol had been painted in what looked like black ash, the same circle with the descending line. Around it stood 24 people, Ilara's inner circle. They were not in yoga clothes now. They wore dark, simple garments. Their faces were serene, focused. Ilara stood before them, not as a wellness instructor, but as a priestess. "We have cleared the first patches," she was saying, her voice no longer soft, but clear and sharp. "We have shown the weak structures that they can be marked, but the real work begins now. The soil is ready for a true seeding." A man stepped forward. It was the contractor I had seen at the studio. "The site is prepared," he said. "The supports are weakened. It will look like an accident, a tragedy of neglect." My blood ran cold. They were no longer talking about vandalism. They were planning a structural collapse, a building with people inside. Ilara nodded, a necessary collapse, to show the world the rot in its own foundations. We are not destroyers, we are gardeners making space for the sun. I had to move, I had to call Davis. I began to retreat, my hand fumbling for my phone. My foot caught on a loose cable. I stumbled, my shoulder hitting a metal pipe with a dull clang. The voices stopped. The silence was instantaneous and absolute. "Someone is here," Ilara said, her voice calm, almost amused. "In the shadows, a weed that has found its way into our garden." I froze, pressed against the wall. I heard the soft sound of footsteps fanning out. They were hunting. I looked toward the staircase I had come up. It was now blocked by 2 of the men. There was no way out. Then I saw it across the vast space, a small, grime-covered window looking out onto the canal. It was my only chance. I broke from my cover and ran, not for the stairs, but for the edge of the mezzanine. I heard a cry behind me, but I didn't look back. I vaulted over the railing, dropping the 15 feet to the concrete floor below. The impact jarred my legs, sending a spike of pain through my knees, but I rolled and was back on my feet. I sprinted for the loading bay door, my breath ragged in my throat. I could hear them coming down the stairs, their movements swift and coordinated. I burst out into the cool night air, the canal a black ribbon beside me. I ran, not knowing where I was going, just away. A shout echoed off the brick walls, but it was not a shout of anger. It was a single word, thrown after me like a curse or a blessing, a word that sealed my fate and bound me to them forever. It was my name, not Brooks, my first name, the one I hadn't heard spoken in that tone since the trial. They knew me. They had known me all along, and now the hunt was truly on. I ran until the burn in my lungs overpowered the fear in my veins. I ducked into the recessed doorway of a shuttered bakery, pressing myself into the shadows, and listened. No pounding footsteps followed. They were not a mob to give chase blindly. They were disciplined. They would regroup, assess the damage, and plan. They knew I had heard their plans for a collapse, a necessary tragedy, and they knew who I was. The name hanging in the damp air had been a declaration. It meant my past was not a closed book to them, but a foundational text Easton had taught them. My identity, my role as the prosecutor who had caged their prophet, was part of their liturgy. I was the embodiment of the poisonous system, the original gardener of lies, now rooting around in their new paradise. I couldn't go to Davis, not yet. If they had penetrated my life deeply enough to find my coastal home and know my personal history, they could have eyes in the police department. A single leak and they would vanish, their plans accelerated or altered beyond recognition. The accident would happen ahead of schedule, and the blood would be on my hands for spooking them. My cheap room was no longer safe. They would find it. I had to become invisible. I walked for an hour, zigzagging through quiet streets before finding a payphone outside an all-night laundromat. I called Davis from there, the receiver gritty in my hand. "Listen carefully," I said, my voice low. "No names. The project we discussed is active. The design phase is over. They are moving to construction. The site is a structure and they intend to demolish it, make it look like failure." "Where?" Her voice was tight, all business. "I don't know. A building. They said the supports are weakened. You need to quietly check city records for permits, complaints, anything related to structural issues or recent work on older buildings, especially in the industrial districts near the canal." I gave her the cross streets of the textile mill. "That's their meeting place, but do not, under any circumstances, send a patrol car there. They will be watching for a reaction." "Understood." A pause. "Your status?" "Compromised," I said, and the word felt like a final verdict. "I'm going dark. I'll find you when I can." I hung up before she could reply. The next 72 hours were a lesson in paranoia. I slept in my car, parked in different hospital parking lots where all-night activity was normal. I bought prepaid phones and discarded them after a single use. I changed my appearance as best I could, buying a new jacket and a baseball cap from a thrift store. I was a ghost, but I was also a magnet, and I could feel the pull of their presence in the city. My only advantage was that I knew the pattern. Easton S. original murders had been symbolic, each victim a weed chosen for their perceived corruption. This new plan was a macabre evolution. A building collapse wasn't just about removing a few individuals. It was about demonstrating the inherent corruption of the system itself. It would be a spectacle of failure. I spent my days in public libraries, scrolling through local news archives on their computers, looking for a thread. I found it on the afternoon of the third day. A small, persistent story about the Kingfisher Apartments, a century-old building in a neighborhood that was rapidly gentrifying. The tenants, mostly low-income families and elderly residents, had been fighting a protracted battle with a faceless landlord over a long list of code violations, including concerns about the building's structural integrity. The city had been slow to act, mired in bureaucracy. The landlord was a limited liability company, a ghost itself. It was perfect. The collapse would be seen as a tragic failure of the system, negligent landlord, indifferent city government. The victims would be the very people the system had failed, and the gardeners, would be seen as prophetic truth-tellers, their violent act obscured by the overwhelming evidence of societal rot. They weren't just committing a crime, they were writing a narrative. I knew where I had to go. I drove to the Kingfisher Apartments as dusk began to settle. It was a hulking, graffitied brick building, its fire escapes sagging. A child's bicycle lay on its side in a patch of withered grass. Lights were on in many of the windows. I saw a silhouette of a woman cooking in a kitchen. I saw an old man watching television. Lives stacked one on top of the other in a structure that had been deemed expendable. I walked the perimeter, my senses screaming. I was looking for signs of their work, for the contractor's hand. It was in the alley behind the building that I found it. A section of the foundation had been recently, subtly excavated. The dirt was darker, looser, and tucked into a crevice between two crumbling bricks, almost invisible, was a small, smooth stone painted with a familiar symbol. The circle and the line, a marker, a blessing for the fall. They were here, the site was prepared. It could happen at any moment. I had to get these people out. I pulled out my latest burner phone, my thumb hovering over the keypad to call Davis to trigger an evacuation. But as I stood there, a figure stepped out from the deep shadow of a neighboring alley. It was Leo, the graphic designer. He held no weapon. He simply looked at me, his expression one of serene acknowledgement, as if my arrival was the final, predicted element of their design. "The gardener always returns to the plot," he said, his voice calm. "We knew you would see it. We were counting on it." He took a step forward, his hands open at his sides. "You think you are here to sound the alarm, to be the hero, but you are part of the pruning. Your presence makes the truth undeniable." My grip tightened on the phone. "It doesn't have to be this way, Leo. You can stop this." He smiled, a faint, pitying curve of his lips. "Stop the coming of the sun. We are not stopping anything. We are merely removing the obstruction. When this place falls, the world will see a negligent system. But a few will see more. They will see the mark. They will understand that the rot was cut out by a willing hand. They will join us." He was stalling. The collapse wasn't just planned, it was imminent. My calling it in now might be the very trigger they were waiting for. The chaos of a sudden, panicked evacuation could be the spark, or they could have a remote trigger. I was not the preventer of the tragedy, I was its witness. "I'm not playing my part," I said, and I took a step back, my eyes scanning the upper floors of the Kingfisher. I saw a flicker of movement in a top-floor window, a face, pale and indistinct, looking down. Ilara, she was here to watch the harvest. Leo's smile didn't waver. "You already have." A low, deep groan echoed from the belly of the building, a sound of protesting timber and overstressed steel. It was not loud, but it was felt in the soles of my feet. A fine dust sifted down from the brickwork near the excavated foundation. They hadn't needed a bomb or a dramatic explosion, just a precise surgical weakening. A few critical supports cut or compromised. Gravity would do the rest, and it would indeed look like an accident, an inevitable failure. I stopped thinking. I dropped the phone and ran, not away from the building, but toward its main entrance. I hit the front door at a full sprint, bursting into a dim, narrow lobby. I grabbed the fire alarm on the wall and pulled. The bell was a shrill, clanging scream in the confined space. "Get out!" I roared, my voice raw. I took the stairs two at a time, pounding on doors as I went. Everyone out now. Doors cracked open, bewildered, tired faces peered out. An elderly man in a sleeveless undershirt, a young woman holding a baby. "Fire!" I yelled, the lie the only tool I had. "The building is coming down." The groan came again, louder this time, accompanied by the sharp crack of splintering wood from deep within the walls. The floor beneath me tilted, just a fraction, and a long crack raced up the plaster of the staircase wall. Panic, true and unstoppable, began to bloom. The baby started to cry. People stumbled into the hallway, confused and frightened. I helped the old man, pulling his arm over my shoulder, guiding him toward the stairs. The young mother was right behind us, her face a mask of terror. We were a ragged river flowing downward, joined by others from the upper floors. The air was thick with dust and the smell of fear. We burst out onto the street just as the sound began in earnest, a rising thunder of collapsing floors and shattering brick. I pushed the old man forward, turning back to see the top of the building sag, the roof line dipping as if bowing to the earth. The windows on the upper floor, where I had seen Ilara, exploded outward in a shower of glass. The crowd screamed and scattered. I stood, frozen for a second, watching the structure die. It fell in on itself with a terrible, final roar, a great cloud of dust and debris billowing out into the night, swallowing the streetlights. In the eerie silence that followed, broken only by the wail of distant sirens, I looked across the street. Through the settling dust, I saw them, Ilara and Leo, standing side by side. They were not looking at the destruction, they were looking at me. Ilara raised her hand, not in a wave, but in a slow, deliberate gesture, her fingers tracing a circle in the air. Then they turned and melted into the darkness. I was left standing in the cloud of ruin, the supposed hero who had saved a handful of lives, but who had also served as the perfect witness to their prophecy. I had confirmed their narrative. The system had failed, the building had fallen, and I had been there to see it. I was not their enemy. I was their proof. The dust coated my tongue and filled my lungs, a gritty taste of failure. Around me, the survivors coughed and wept, huddled in the eerie orange glow of emergency lights. I had pulled a few from the river, but the current had still taken the rest. The scale of the tragedy was still hidden within that mountain of rubble. Sirens grew louder, and soon the street was flooded with paramedics and police. Davis found me leaning against a parked car, my hands trembling. Her Her face was grim, etched with a fury she couldn't direct at anyone yet. "How many?" was all she asked. "I don't know," I rasped. "Not everyone got out." She followed my gaze across the street to where Alara and Leo had stood. They were here. They watched, they wanted me to see it. I told her about the marked stone, the excavated foundation, Leo's calm pronouncements. I left out the gesture Alara made, the silent circle. That felt like a private communion, a secret I was now forced to keep. The official narrative began to solidify with the dawn. The initial reports focused on the long-standing code violations, the negligent landlord. It was a predictable, systemic tragedy. I was briefly hailed as a hero, the off-duty consultant who had raised the alarm and saved lives. The story was tidy. It was also a lie, and I was the one who had helped cement it. I gave my statement, omitting only the garden's direct involvement. I said I had been following a lead on the vandalism case, had grown suspicious of the building's condition, and had acted on a hunch. It was thin, but it was all I could offer without exposing the deeper truth and risking a panic or, worse, tipping our hand. Davis played along, her silence a testament to a trust I no longer deserved. A week later, the first leaflet appeared online. It was a sleek, digital flyer designed with Leo's clean, modern aesthetic. It showed a photo of the collapsed Kingfisher apartments, overlaid with text about the rotten foundations of a sick society. It did not claim responsibility. It offered analysis. It pointed to the city's inaction, the landlord's greed, and called the collapse an inevitability. It was a call to awareness, to wake up and see the decay all around. It ended with a single, stark symbol, the circle and the descending line. It was genius. They had weaponized the truth. Their violent act was hidden in plain sight, dressed in the clothes of social commentary. They were not terrorists, they were philosophers, and people were listening. The message was picked up, discussed, debated on news channels and in online forums. The garden was no longer a small cult, it was a growing idea. I sat with Davis in her office, the leaflet printed on her desk. "They're recruiting," she said, her voice hollow. This is their fertilizer." I nodded. The collapse was the seed. This publicity is the rain. They're growing. "And we can't touch them. We have no proof. Just the word of a man who saw a painted rock and heard some cryptic talk." She looked at me, her eyes heavy with a shared defeat. "You were right. They're gardeners, and we're just pulling weeds one at a time while they're planting a whole new world." I left her office knowing the fight had changed. We weren't hunting criminals anymore. We were trying to argue with a prophecy. I drove back to my empty house on the coast, the sea air doing nothing to cleanse the taste of dust from my mouth. My own garden was overgrown, just as they had said. I walked through the weeds to the cliff's edge and looked out at the horizon. I had spent my life believing in order, in the slow, careful work of the law. Easton had been a monster, but he was a single, containable monster. This was different. This was a hydra. Cut off one head and the idea would sprout two more. Alara had not just escaped with her life that night. She had escaped with a victory. She had used me, my history, my actions, to prove her point. A cold resolution settled in my gut. I could not tend this old, lonely garden anymore. I could not be their proof, their willing pawn in a story they were writing. The law was a tool for a world that still believed in foundations. They were teaching the world that all foundations could fall. I went inside and packed a single bag. I was not going to wait for them to find me again. I was not going to react. The hunter had to become a different kind of gardener. I had to learn their methods, to understand the soil in which they grew. I had to go back to the city, not as a consultant, but as a seed myself. I would plant myself in the dark, fertile ground of their world, and I would wait. I would grow alongside them until I could choke them from the inside. The harvest was coming, but I would no longer be a mere witness. I would be a blight upon their paradise. The city felt different when I returned, the air charged with a new tension. The Kingfisher collapse was the main topic of conversation in diners and on street corners, but the tone was shifting. The initial shock and grief were being slowly supplanted by a low, simmering anger. The garden-esque leaflets were working, their poison seeping into the public consciousness. They weren't being dismissed as cranks. They were being discussed as radicals, perhaps, but radicals with a point. I rented a room under a different name in a part of the city that had been left behind by the gentrification, a neighborhood of boarded-up shops and resilient souls. It was the kind of place where the Garden-esque message would find fertile ground. I became a ghost, a quiet man who kept to himself, spending my days in libraries and public computer labs, not researching them, but researching their potential recruits. I studied the online forums where their ideology was being debated, the social media groups where disillusionment festered. I learned their language. I learned to talk about systemic failure not as a problem to be solved, but as a terminal disease. I learned to speak of pruning and cleansing not as metaphors, but as necessary, logical actions. I was careful, patient. I was sowing my own seeds, preparing a persona that could get close to them. Weeks turned into a month. I avoided Davis, though I knew her investigation was stalling. The official story held, and the pressure was easing on the department to find a villain when negligence was such a convenient culprit. I was on my own. My break came from a source I had neglected. I had been so focused on the digital world that I had forgotten the power of the physical. On a rainy Tuesday, I was in a used bookstore, browsing the philosophy section when I saw it. Tucked between Nietzsche and Thoreau was a small, handmade chapbook. The cover was a simple lino-cut print of a circle with a single vertical line descending from its center. My heart hammered against my ribs. I carefully pulled it from the shelf. It was titled Cultivation, Notes for a New Soil. There was no author, no publisher. The pages were filled with poetic, violent musings on the death of the old world and the birth of the new. It spoke of Easton not as a murderer, but as a pioneer, a man who had understood the first, difficult step of clearing the land. It was their scripture. I bought the book, my hand trembling as I handed the cash to the board clerk. "Where did this come from?" I asked, trying to sound casually interested. He shrugged. "Some guy drops a few off every couple weeks. Says they're free, but we ask for a small donation. They're kinda popular." This was their distribution network, low-tech, personal, untraceable. I spent the next 3 days in the bookstore, pretending to read, waiting. On the 4th day he came in. He was young, maybe early 20s, with intense eyes and a worn backpack. He went straight to the counter and pulled out a stack of the chapbooks. I recognized him from the textile mill, one of the silent, watching faces. I waited until he was outside before I followed. He walked with a purpose, not looking back. He led me to a community art center, a place that offered cheap studio space and printing presses. I watched from across the street as he went inside. This was a hub. This was where they were planting their ideas, using art and community as a cover for their rot. I didn't go in, that would be too direct. Instead, I went back to my room and I began to write. I wrote a response to their chapbook. I used their language, their cadence, but I twisted it. I wrote about the danger of impatient gardeners, of those who would salt the earth in their haste for a harvest. I wrote about the need for deeper, slower work, for understanding the ecosystem before swinging the scythe. I called it patient growth. The next week I went back to the art center. I rented time on a lino-cut press, telling the supervisor I was an aspiring artist. I carved my own symbol, a circle with a slow, spiraling line inside it, suggesting growth rather than a violent cut. I printed 24 copies of my essay, binding them into a chapbook identical in size and feel to theirs. The following week I went back to the bookstore. When the clerk was distracted, I slipped my chapbook into the philosophy section, right next to cultivation. It was a risk, a tiny, almost imperceptible challenge. I was no longer just observing their garden, I was planting a weed. A few days later, I received a message on an encrypted forum I frequented. It was a single line from an unknown user. "The spiral is a more interesting path than the line." My breath caught. They had seen it. They had taken the bait. I typed back, my fingers cold, using the rhetoric I had practiced. "The line is a cut, the spiral is a root, which builds stronger soil." The reply came almost instantly. The The gardener must test the soil. There is a reading. Tonight, the old greenhouse in the botanical gardens. Come alone. It was an invitation. It was a trap. It was both. I sat in the dim light of my room, the city's hum a distant threat. This was the threshold. I could still turn back, call Davis, and have the place raided. It would net a few low-level followers, maybe. It would also end any chance of reaching the heart of the garden. I thought of Alara's face in the dust, tracing that circle in the air. She had seen me as a tool. Now I would see if I could become a flaw in their design. I stood up and pulled on my jacket. The hunter was gone. The gardener was walking into the greenhouse, ready to be tested. The old greenhouse stood at the far edge of the botanical gardens, a skeletal remnant of glass and wrought iron veiled in creeping ivy. A single naked bulb glowed within, casting long, distorted shadows of potted plants and hanging vines. The air was thick and warm, heavy with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. A dozen people were gathered in a loose circle on the cracked tile floor. They were various ages, their faces sharp and attentive in the low light. The young man from the bookstore was there, and he gave me a slow, assessing nod. But my eyes were drawn to the center of the circle, where Alara stood. She was holding my chapbook. She didn't look surprised to see me. Her gaze was that of a botanist examining a curious new specimen. The spiral, she said, her voice quiet but carrying through the humid air. An argument for patience, a critique of our methods. I kept my hands loose at my sides, feigning a calm I didn't feel. A critique of haste, not of the goal. The deepest roots are grown slowly. A man to my left scoffed. The world is on fire. We don't have time for deep roots. Fire clears the land, I countered, echoing their own texts, but it does not create fertile soil. That requires decay and time. Impatience creates a desert. Alara watched this exchange, a faint smile playing on her lips. She was enjoying this, the intellectual sparring. This was how they tested new soil. You speak of our work at the Kingfisher as impatience. I speak of it as a statement, I said carefully. Loud and clear, but a statement is not a foundation. What comes next? More collapses, more chaos, or do you begin to build? We are building, the young man said, his voice fervent. We are building awareness. We are gathering the willing. By proving the system is corrupt, I asked, looking around the circle. They already know that, I gestured to the group. They live it every day. Proving it again just makes them more afraid, more desperate. You offer them a truth, but no tool. You give them a scythe, but no seed. The room was silent, save for the drip of water from a leaking pipe. I had shifted the debate. I was no longer defending the old world. I was critiquing the new one's blueprint. Alara took a step toward me. And you have seeds to offer. I have questions, I said. Before the Kingfisher, there was the textile mill. A cleansing, you called it. A removal of a blight named Easton, but his money built your operations. His pathology funded your philosophy. You used the very rot you claim to despise. That is not pruning, that is compromise. A ripple of discomfort went through the circle. I had struck a nerve, introducing a note of hypocrisy into their pure, violent narrative. Alara's smile didn't falter, but it grew colder. We used the tools available. We turned the sickness against itself. That is not compromise, that is alchemy. Or it's a poison that remains in the soil, I said softly. You can't build a new world on a foundation of old sins. It will crack, it already has. I was thinking of the pale, watching face in the mill, the cold efficiency of Leo's design. They had purity of purpose, but their methods were a corrupting mold. She stopped a few feet from me, close enough that I could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She was older than I had first thought, the weight of her conviction carved into her face. You see flaws, you see impurity. That is the perspective of the old world, the world of binaries and morals. We see only growth and obstruction. You are either one or the other. She lifted her hand, not in the circle gesture from the collapse, but to point a finger at my chest. So which are you? Are you a new root capable of growing in our soil, or are you just a more clever kind of weed? Every eye in the greenhouse was on me. The invitation was over. This was the verdict. My life depended on the next words out of my mouth, on the performance of a lifetime. I had to become the thing I was pretending to be. I met her gaze and did not look away. I am neither, I said, my voice low and steady. I am the spade that turns the earth. Test me. Story 3. The silence was the first thing Jackson noticed. It was not the quiet of an empty house, but the profound, unsettling absence of a specific sound. For 20 years, the soft, rhythmic click of his wife's shears trimming the bonsai in the sunroom had been the metronome of his Saturday mornings. Now, there was only the low hum of the refrigerator and the faint, damp exhalation of the Seattle mist against the window panes. He stood in the doorway, his hand still on the frame, and felt the shape of that silence. It was a pocket of vacuum in the world, and he knew, with a cold certainty that had nothing to do with reason, that it was a prelude. The call came an hour later. A car, black and unremarkable, was waiting for him at the curb by the time he had packed his single, worn leather bag. Louisa did not come out of her studio to see him off. Their own Cold War, a private one fought over decades with quiet resentments and strategic retreats, had reached its own fragile stalemate. He closed the front door softly, the click of the latch another small, final sound in the accumulating quiet. The man who met him was named Corey. His office was on the top floor of a bland government building in Virginia, a room of muted grays and polished wood smelling of antiseptic cleaner and old anxiety. The view was a panorama of power, the Potomac a sluggish gray ribbon in the distance. Corey did not rise from his chair. He was a man carved from granite and old money, his face a network of lines that spoke of decisions made in dark rooms, decisions that left scars on maps and on souls. "We have a ghost," Corey said, his voice a low, dry rustle, a high-level one. He has been feeding the other side for years, maybe a decade. He in this building. He might be in this room. Jackson said nothing. He let the words hang in the air, watching the dust motes dance in a sliver of weak sunlight. He had been retired for 5 years, tending to his dying marriage and his books on naval history. They had called him the archivist, not for any love of paperwork, but for his ability to reconstruct a life from its fragments, to see the ghost of a man's intentions in the negative space between his actions. "We need you to find him," Corey continued. "No official briefings, no teams. You talk to who you need to talk to. You look at what you need to look. You report only to me. Your name will not appear on any document." "And why me?" Jackson asked, though he already knew the answer. "Because you are outside," Corey said, "and because you remember things. You see the patterns the rest of us are too close to see." The first pattern was a locked door, not a physical one, but a procedural one. A file designated Chimera was listed in the central registry, but its contents were inaccessible, its location a string of null characters. It was a ghost file, a rumor. Every agent Jackson spoke to, every old contact he dredged from the silt of his memory had heard of it, but no one had seen it. It became a refrain, a motif in the fugue of his investigation. Kingston, the deputy director of Eurasian analysis, a man with the calm, patient eyes of a scholar, said he believed it was a myth, a catch-all for unverified nightmares. Another, a sharp-edged woman named Vance from counterintelligence, said it was the key, if only they could find it. The locked door swung open and shut in his mind, a restless, unanswered question. He walked through the lives of the senior officials, men and women he had once called colleagues. He saw their weaknesses, the hairline fractures in their patriotic armor. There was Miller, whose taste for expensive bourbon was matched only by his mounting debts. There was Vance, whose ambition was a palpable heat in the room, a drive so intense it seemed to warp the air around her. And there was Kingston, the most respected of them all, a man who quoted Marcus Aurelius and seemed to have no personal life, no vices, no loose threads to pull. He was a perfect, smooth surface, and that, to Jackson, was the most suspicious thing of all. He met an informant in a diner that smelled of stale coffee and fried grease. The man, a shrunken wisp of a person named Finn, spoke in a whisper, his eyes darting to the door every 30 seconds. He talked about a meeting in Berlin, a brush pass that went wrong, a code phrase that was subtly, fatally altered. He mentioned chimera again. It is not a file, Finn breathed, his breath a cloud of mint and decay. It is a person, the perfect lie, the agent who is so deep he believes his own cover. Jackson left the diner, the greasy sensation of the conversation clinging to him. He walked the damp streets, the neon signs smearing their colors on the wet asphalt. He thought of Louisa, of the locked door of her studio, of the silence that had grown between them, a positive presence in their home. He had been an archivist of his own failure, piecing together the moments where he had chosen country over wife, duty over love. The moral compromises of the men and women he investigated were just sharper reflections of his own. The investigation was a descent into a hall of mirrors. Each clue led to another, each reflection distorted. He found a photograph, a grainy black and white shot from a debriefing in Vienna. In the background, almost out of frame, was a man. It was Kingston, years younger, but his eyes were the same. And standing near him, his face turned slightly away, was another man Jackson recognized from a dozen other files, a known KGB handler codenamed Nightingale. It was a coincidence, perhaps. A chance encounter in a city teeming with spies, but it was a thread. He pulled it. He went back through old mission reports, cross-referencing dates, locations, operational outcomes. He saw a pattern emerge, a subtle shifting thing like a serpent moving through grass. Missions that Kingston had overseen had a peculiar failure rate, not dramatic disasters, but quiet, elegant failures. Assets were lost. Intelligence turned out to be slightly, but crucially, misleading. It was the work of an artist, a man who understood that the most effective sabotage is not a bomb, but a single misplaced decimal point. He confronted Corey in his gray office. The rain had started, sheeting down the panoramic windows, turning the world outside into a liquid blur. "It is Kingston," Jackson said. Corey did not look surprised. He steepled his fingers, his gaze fixed on the storm. "I know." The two words hung in the room, simple and devastating. You knew Jackson's voice was quiet, the calm at the eye of the hurricane. "We've known for 6 months," Corey said, turning his granite eyes to Jackson. Chimera was our internal designation for the investigation into him. The file you couldn't find, we locked it. We needed to be sure, and we needed to use him. "I'll use him." "A controlled asset is more valuable than a captured one," Corey said. "We've been feeding him carefully constructed lies. He has been our back channel, our unwitting messenger to the Kremlin for over a year. He thinks he is betraying us. In reality, he is betraying them." Jackson felt the floor tilt beneath him. The entire investigation, his recall, the whispered conversations, the dredging of his past, it had all been a piece of theater. He was not the hunter, he was the prop. His presence, his questions were designed to keep Kingston nervous, to make him feel the heat, to ensure he remained compliant, to validate the false intelligence they were feeding him. He was a tool in the maintenance of a lie. "And my wife?" Jackson asked, the question emerging from a place deeper than professional outrage. Corey's expression did not change. "What about her?" "The silence in my house this morning, the way she wouldn't look at me. You spoke to her. You told her I was being recalled. You ensured I would have no reason to stay." "We needed you focused," Corey said, unencumbered. Jackson looked at the man who held the levers of so many lives. He saw the absolute moral compromise, the cold calculus that justified any means. He saw his own life reflected in that gaze, a series of files, a set of psychological profiles, a tool to be used and stored. The locked door of Chimera was finally open, and he saw that it did not lead to a single man, but to a vast, echoing chamber where loyalty and betrayal were just currencies, and every soul had its price. He did not give Corey the satisfaction of a response. He turned and walked out of the office, past the silent secretaries, into the elevator and through the gleaming lobby. The rain had softened to a fine, cool mist. He stood on the steps, the government building looming behind him, a monument to secrets and lies. He thought of going home, of facing the silence he had left, of trying to pick up the pieces of a life that had been used as a bargaining chip. He thought of Kingston, the mole, living his lie, a ghost in the machine, believing himself a master while being the ultimate pawn. He thought of Corey, the true spider at the center of the web, for whom truth was irrelevant and people were instruments. He began to walk. He did not head for the train station or the airport. He simply walked, his leather bag a light weight on his shoulder. He walked away from the building, away from the case, away from the unanswered questions that now seemed trivial, childish. The wet pavement gleamed under the streetlights, and the city sounds, the distant wail of a siren, the hiss of a bus, were a symphony of mundane life. He had spent a lifetime in the shadows, deciphering the codes of a hidden war. Now he was just a man walking in the rain. He did not look back. There was nothing there for him to see. The mystery was solved, and the solution was emptier than the silence it had broken. He kept walking, the rhythm of his steps the only pattern he cared to follow, until he was swallowed by the city and the night. He walked for an hour, maybe two, his shoes soaked, the collar of his coat dark with moisture. The city changed around him, the monolithic government buildings giving way to cramped row houses and then to the dim, neon-lit commercial stretches of a neighborhood he didn't know. He stopped in a narrow alley, the air thick with the smell of rotting garbage and wet brick, and finally allowed himself to lean against the wall, his breath coming in ragged clouds. He had been a fool, not for failing to see the truth about Kingston, but for believing, even for a moment, that the truth was the point. The archivist had been called in to authenticate a forgery, to lend his reputation to a lie so that the lie would hold more weight. He was a seal of approval on a document of deceit. A light came on in a window above him, casting a yellow oblong onto the opposite wall. A shadow moved across it, a woman-esque silhouette lifting a child, a simple domestic scene, a world away. He thought of Louisa in her studio, her hands stained with clay, her back to the door. He had always seen her silence as a weapon, a judgment. Now he wondered if it was simply a shield, a way to endure the constant, low-grade betrayal of his other life. A life that had now reached out and deliberately poisoned their last, fragile peace. Corey had not just recalled him. He had engineered his departure, turning the key in the lock of his marriage with a cold, practiced hand. That was the true violation, far beyond the professional manipulation. They had turned his home into another dark room, another theater of operation. He pushed himself off the wall. The aimless walking was over. A new purpose, cold and clear, began to form in the hollow space the old one had left. They thought he was a tool, his usefulness expended. They thought he would go quietly back into retirement or vanish into the rain, a broken, compliant old man. They had forgotten what he did best. He was an archivist. He collected fragments. He saw the patterns everyone else missed. He turned and started walking again, but this time with direction. He knew where he was going. There was a library, a vast public one of marble and echoing halls not far from here. It would be open for another hour. He needed a terminal. He needed to look at a public record, something so mundane it would never trigger an alert in Corey's system, a property deed. He remembered a conversation from years ago with a man named Alastair Finch, a reclusive, paranoid genius who had designed some of the agency's earliest counter-surveillance protocols. Finch had retired not to a beach or a mountain, but to a brownstone in a forgotten corner of Washington, D.C. He had said, "The best place to hide a leaf is in a forest. The best place to hide a secret is in the open." Jackson had a feeling Finch had taken his own advice. The library was warm and smelled of old paper and floor wax. He found a public computer terminal, and with fingers that were still cold, he began to search. It took 20 minutes, cross-referencing old memorized details with public databases, but he found it. A trust with a name that was an anagram of one of Finch's old code words owned a narrow, 3-story building in a neighborhood called Foggy Bottom. The deed had been filed and then utterly forgotten, a leaf in the forest. He wrote the address on a scrap of paper from his pocket, his handwriting steady. This was not about Kingston or Corey or the great game of nations. This was personal. This was about the silence in his house. This was about proving that the archivist was not just a reader of patterns, but could still, when pushed, become a writer. He would find his own truth, and then he would decide what to do with it. Stood up, the chair scraping softly on the marble floor, and walked out into the night, the address a secret warmth against his palm. The brownstone was exactly as he had imagined it, a narrow, unassuming structure squeezed between two larger, more modern buildings. It was a face in a crowd, deliberately forgettable. The paint on the door was faded, and a single, dusty window on the ground floor looked out onto the street. There was no bell, just a heavy, cast-iron knocker shaped like a lion's head. Jackson stood on the sidewalk for a long moment, feeling the weight of the long walk in his legs and the deeper fatigue in his spirit. This was the threshold. Going back meant accepting the hollow victory Corey had handed him. Going forward meant stepping into a different kind of shadow, one where he was entirely on his own. He lifted the knocker and let it fall. The sound was unnaturally loud in the quiet street. He expected a long wait or perhaps no answer at all, but the door opened almost immediately, as if he had been expected. The man who stood there was small and wiry, with a wild shock of white hair and eyes that were preternaturally bright and alert. Alistair Finch looked exactly the same as he had a decade ago, as if time had decided he was too interesting to alter. Finch didn't smile. He simply looked Jackson up and down, his gaze missing nothing: the damp coat, the worn bag, the grim set of his jaw. He nodded once, a short, sharp gesture. "Took you long enough," Finch said, his voice a dry rasp. "I heard you were back in the game. I calculated a 70% probability you would end up on my doorstep, eventually." He stepped back, allowing Jackson to enter a dim, cluttered hallway. The air inside was still and carried the faint, sweet smell of old books and soldering iron. The door clicked shut, and Finch slid 3 heavy bolts into place with practiced efficiency. "They think they've put me out to pasture," Jackson said, following Finch into a sitting room that was more of a laboratory. Schematics were pinned to the walls, and half-dismantled electronic components covered every flat surface. Finch let out a short, barking laugh. "Pasture. They think the pasture is a quiet little house and a pension. They are children playing with toys they don't understand. They used you, archivist. They used you to polish a lie until it shone." "You know about Kingston." "I know about the lie," Finch corrected, settling into a worn leather chair and gesturing for Jackson to take another. "The truth is more complicated. Corey is a fool. He thinks he's running a double, but the current is flowing the other way." Jackson felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. "What are you saying?" "Kingston knows," Finch said simply. "He has known for months. He is not their controlled asset. He is playing them. The intelligence Corey is so proud of feeding him is being sifted, analyzed, and repurposed. Kingston is using Corey's own channel to destabilize our networks in Eastern Europe. He is the true artist. Corey is just the man admiring the paint." The room seemed to tilt. The hall of mirrors had not been left behind. He had simply stepped into a deeper, more distorted chamber. The controlled asset was the controller. The hunter was the prey. "Why are you telling me this?" Jackson asked. "You've been out of it for years." Finch's bright eyes fixed on him because they broke a rule. They involved your wife. They touched the world outside the game. That makes it personal. And when it becomes personal, the rules change. I have my own archives, Jackson, deeper and darker than anything you ever saw. I have the proof, not just about Kingston, but about Corey. The financial irregularities, the unauthorized operations, the bodies buried so deep no one else remembers their names. He gestured to a small, sturdy safe half hidden behind a stack of technical manuals. In there is a key, a digital one. It opens a file, a real one, not a ghost. It's all there, the truth, unvarnished and ugly. "What do you expect me to do with it?" Jackson's voice was a whisper. What you've always done, Finch said. You are the archivist. You authenticate, you verify, and then you decide where the record belongs. You can take it to the inspector general. You can leak it to a journalist. You can walk out that door and forget you ever came here. The choice is yours, but the record exists. The silence in your house, Jackson, it started with men like Corey and Kingston making choices in rooms like his. You can let that silence be the end of your story, or you can break it. Jackson looked from Finch's intense, unwavering face to the safe. It was no longer about solving a puzzle for his masters. It was no longer about professional pride. It was about the quiet click of a latch on a front door, a sound that had felt so final. It was about the profound, unsettling absence of a specific sound. He stood up and walked toward the safe. He had spent a lifetime piecing together the stories of others. It was time to write his own. He knelt before the safe. It was cold and impersonal, a green steel box. Finch did not offer the combination. He simply watched, a silent guardian waiting to see if the seeker was worthy. Jackson's fingers, which had traced the lines of so many classified documents, now hovered over the dial. He thought not of codes or ciphers, but of the pattern of a life his own. The birthdays missed, the anniversaries forgotten, the slow, steady accumulation of absences that had built the wall in his own home. He saw the pattern of Corey's lies, of Kingston's duplicity, and he saw his own complicity in it all. He had been a part of the machine that made such silences possible. The combination came to him not as a number, but as a date, the day he had met Louisa. He turned the dial. The lock released with a solid, satisfying thunk. Inside was not a stack of papers or a data drive. There was only a single, small key, the old-fashioned kind for a physical lock. He picked it up. It was cool and heavy in his hand. Finch nodded, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. The file is not here. That key opens a locker, bus station. The one on K Street, it's all there, everything, untraceable. Jackson closed his fist around the key. The metal warmed to his touch. He stood, feeling the weight of the decision settle onto his shoulders, not as a burden, but as a foundation. This was his to control, his to shape. "Thank you, Alistair," he said. Finch waved a dismissive hand. "Don't thank me, just decide, and when you do, be decisive. They won't be far behind. Corey might be a fool, but he is not a stupid one. He will have realized you are not going quietly into the night by now." Jackson left the brownstone, the key a hard certainty in his pocket. The night air felt different. It was no longer a blanket of despair, but a medium of possibility. He walked with a new rhythm, not the aimless tread of a lost man, but the measured pace of a man with a destination. He did not go directly to the bus station. That would be the first place they would look if they were tracking him. Instead, he found a cheap, pay-by-the-hour motel a mile away. He paid in cash, the bills feeling archaic and powerful. The room was a bleak box, smelling of bleach and mildew. He sat on the edge of the thin mattress, the floral bedspread scratchy under his hands. He took out his personal phone, the one he had not used since leaving his house that morning. He powered it on. It buzzed immediately with missed calls and messages, all from blocked or official numbers. He ignored them. He opened a new text message and typed a single sentence to Louisa. It did not explain, it did not apologize. It was a statement of fact, a signal sent into the silence. "I am not what they say I am." He powered the phone off again and removed the battery. He placed the device on the nightstand. It was a relic of his old life. He would not need it again. In the first light of dawn, he walked to the bus station. It was already bustling, a world of transients and travelers, a perfect place to hide a secret. The locker was where Finch said it would be, one of a long, gray row. The key turned smoothly. Inside was a worn leather satchel, not unlike his own. He slung it over his shoulder and walked out, merging with the crowd. He found a different library in a different part of the city. In a silent carol, he opened the satchel. Inside was a slim, encrypted laptop and a single notebook, its pages filled with Finch's precise, spidery handwriting. He spent the day there reading. He authenticated. He verified. The record was true. It was all there, the whole rotten architecture of the lie, from Corey's venal ambitions to Kingston's chilling brilliance. It was worse than he had imagined. As evening fell, he closed the laptop. The decision was made. He would not leak it. He would not take it to the Inspector General, another man in another gray office who would fold it into another game. He would deliver it himself, to the only person who could look Kingston in the eye without flinching, to the woman whose ambition was a palpable heat, to Isabel Vance. He found her at a private members club, holding court in a corner booth. She saw him approach, and her conversation died mid-sentence. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned him, taking in the satchel, the resolve in his posture. "Jackson," she said, "I heard you'd gone for a walk." He slid the satchel across the polished table. "It's all there," he said. "Kingston, Corey, the whole thing. It's not a file, it's a weapon. I am giving it to you." A slow, dangerous smile spread across her face. She did not open the bag. She simply placed a possessive hand on it. "Why me?" "Because you want what Corey has," Jackson said, "and you're ruthless enough to take it. How you do it is your business. My business is finished." He turned and walked away, leaving the weight of the truth in her hands. He walked out of the club, out into the cool evening air, and hailed a cab. He gave the driver an address his own. He was going home, not as the archivist, not as a tool, but as a man. The silence was waiting for him, but he was no longer afraid of it. He had a story to tell, and for the first time in a very long time, it was his own. The cab ride was a liminal space, a quiet hum between one reality and the next. He watched the city blur past, no longer a chessboard of secrets, but just a place where people lived. He paid the driver and stood on the sidewalk, looking at his house. The light was on in the living room, a soft, yellow glow against the deepening blue of the evening. He had expected darkness. He unlocked the door. The sound of the latch was the same, but it felt different. He stepped inside and closed it behind him. The air was still, but the silence was no longer an accusation. It was just silence, waiting to be filled. Louisa was sitting on the sofa, a book open but unread in her lap. She looked up as he entered. Her face was not angry, nor was it welcoming. It was watchful. He saw the lines of fatigue around her eyes, the tight set of her mouth. He saw the text message he had sent, hanging in the air between them, unanswered but not ignored. He did not approach her. He stood by the door, the leather bag still on his shoulder, a traveler returned from a long and difficult journey. "I resigned today," he said, "not from the agency, from the game, entirely." She closed the book slowly, marking her place with a finger. "I know," she said, "a man called a Mr. Corey. He said you had become unstable, a liability. He said you might try to contact me with paranoid stories." Jackson felt a cold fury, but it was distant, like thunder on the horizon. He*s afraid. He*s trying to discredit me before I can speak. "And should I be afraid?" she asked, her voice level. "No," he said, "you should be angry. They used you. They used us to control me. It was just another move in their game, but the game is over for me." He finally walked further into the room, dropping his bag onto a chair. He felt exposed, stripped of his professional armor, just a man in his living room trying to bridge a chasm he had helped to dig. "I believed the work was necessary," he said, "that the secrets were a burden I had to carry to keep other people safe. I thought I was protecting you by keeping you out of it, but I was wrong. I was just protecting the work. I let it become the only thing that was real." Louisa watched him, her gaze unwavering. "And what is real now?" "This," he said, gesturing to the room, to her. "This is what's real, if you still have it, if you still have me." He had no grand file to offer her, no classified proof. He only had the raw, unverified truth of his own failure. It was the only thing of value he had left. She was silent for a long time, her eyes searching his face as if reading a text in a language she had forgotten. Then she let out a slow breath, a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of years. "The clay is still wet," she said finally. "In the studio. I was working on a new piece. It's different." It was an offering, an invitation back into a shared space, a shared silence that was creative, not destructive. He nodded, a profound relief washing through him so powerfully his knees felt weak. "Can I see it?" She stood up. "Yes," she said, "I think I'd like that." He followed her down the hall toward the studio, toward the smell of damp clay and possibility, leaving the bag, the key, and the city's endless rain behind him. The record was safe with Vance. His story was here. The studio was warm, the air thick with the earthy scent of the clay. The piece on the wheel was a tall, twisting form, unlike the symmetrical pots she usually threw. It was dynamic, almost turbulent, as if it had been shaped by a strong wind. She hadn't smoothed all the ridges from her fingers. The evidence of her touch was everywhere. He didn't speak, he just looked at it, seeing the struggle and the release captured in the wet, gray material. He saw the silence that had been between them given form. It wasn't a peaceful silence, but it was honest. Louisa picked up a wire tool, her movements precise. She didn't look at him as she spoke. He called again, "Corey, while you were on your way here." Jackson went still. "What did he say?" "He said you stole something, that it would be better for everyone if it was returned quietly. He said there wouldn't be any consequences if I could persuade you." The cold fury returned, but it was sharp and clear now. He was asking her to be his instrument one final time, using their home as his battlefield. "What did you tell him?" Jackson asked, his voice low. "I told him my husband was home," she said, finally meeting his gaze, "and that we were not to be disturbed." In her eyes he saw not just forgiveness, but a fierce, protective steel. She had drawn a line, she had chosen a side. It was his turn to make an offering. He walked to the small sink in the corner, rolling up his sleeves. He picked up a lump of leftover clay from the bin, its cool, pliable weight familiar and strange in his hands after so many years. He began to wedge it, pressing and folding, pushing out the air bubbles. He wasn't making anything. He was just remembering the feel of it, the simple, physical truth of shaping something from nothing. Louisa watched him for a moment, then turned back to her wheel, her foot pressing the pedal. The wheel hummed to life. They worked in silence, side by side, two separate forms emerging from the same earth, the only sound the soft, wet friction of creation. The world outside, with its Coreys and Kingstons and Vances, receded into a distant murmur. For now in this room the record was closed. A new one was just beginning. The knock on the front door, when it came an hour later, was not a surprise. It was a firm, official rap. Jackson's hands, covered in a fine gray dust, paused over the clay. He looked at Louisa. She gave a single, sharp nod, her expression resolute. He wiped his hands on a rag, not hurrying, and walked to the door. He opened it to find two men in dark, well-cut suits. They were not the brutes Corey usually sent. These were higher caliber, their faces neutral and professional. The taller one spoke. "Jackson Reed, we need you to come with us. Mr. Corey would like a word." Jackson stood in the doorway, blocking their view inside. He could feel Louisa's presence behind him in the hall, a solid, silent support. "Tell Mr. Corey I've said all I have to say to him," Jackson replied, his voice even. The man's eyes flickered past Jackson into the house. "It's not a request. The situation has escalated. The asset you compromised is considered a critical loss." "I compromised nothing," Jackson said. "I corrected a record. Now you are trespassing on my property. I suggest you leave." The second man took a slight step forward, his intention clear. It was a move meant to intimidate, to force a reaction. Before Jackson could speak, Louisa's voice cut through the tension from behind him. "Ivy called the police," she said, her voice clear and steady. "I told them two men are attempting to force their way into our home. They ray on their way." It was a bluff, but a convincing one. The two men hesitated, their professional calm cracking for a fraction of a second. They were not prepared for a public scene, for the messy reality of domestic law enforcement. Their mandate existed in the shadows, not on a quiet, residential street with potential witnesses. The tall man's jaw tightened. This isn't over, Reed. It is for me, Jackson said, and closed the door. He engaged the deadbolt, the sound a final, definitive note. Through the frosted glass, he watched the two figures retreat to a black sedan and drive away. He let out a long breath, leaning his forehead against the cool wood of the door. The confrontation was a punctuation mark, but not the end of the sentence. Corey would try again, in a different way. When he turned, Louisa was still there. She held out his phone, the battery reinserted. "You should check this," she said. He took it. The screen was filled with news alerts. The top story was from a financial wire service. The headline was stark: Senior Intelligence Official Gregory Corey abruptly resigns amid internal probe. Jackson opened the article. It was thin on details, citing only unnamed sources and an ongoing investigation into operational irregularities. But it was enough. It was the first tremor. Vance was moving faster than he had anticipated. She had taken the weapon he gave her and fired the first shot, not in the shadows, but in the blinding light of the public record. Corey was finished. He showed the phone to Louisa. She read it, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Good," she said simply. He knew it wasn't truly over. Kingston was still out there, a phantom in the machine. Vance was now a powerful and unpredictable player in his life. But the immediate threat, the one that had reached onto his doorstep, had been neutralized. The balance of power had shifted. He followed Louisa back to the studio. The two forms, his amorphous lump and her twisting spire, sat on the bench. Without a word, she picked up his clay and began to knead it into hers, merging the two separate pieces into one mass. She put it back on the wheel and recentered it, her hands strong and sure. "Was it?" she said. He sat on the stool beside her. She guided his hands, placing them on the cool, spinning clay. Together they began to push and pull, their fingers touching, their intentions merging. The shape that began to rise from the wheel was flawed and uneven, marked by their combined fingerprints. It was not a perfect vessel. It was something new, something they were building together from the ground up. The phone buzzed again on the bench beside the wheel, vibrating against the wood. This time the screen showed a number he did not recognize, but the area code was for the capital. He let it go to voicemail. A moment later, a text message appeared. It was from an encrypted service. "A gift requires a response. The garden is in bloom. We should talk. IV." Isabel Vance, she had what she wanted, but she wanted more. His cooperation, his insight, his silence. She was drawing him into her orbit, a new game with a new player. He looked at his and Louisa's hands, covered in the same gray mud, shaping the same form. He picked up the phone, his thumb hovering over the power button. Louisa's hand, wet and cool, covered his. "Leave it," she said, "for tonight." He powered the phone off and set it aside, a small, dark brick of his past. He returned his hands to the clay, to the steady, spinning pressure of the wheel and the guiding touch of his wife. The future was a formless thing, but here in this room they were giving it a shape. It was enough. The sound of the wheel was a low, constant hum, a vibration that traveled up through the stool and into his bones, grounding him. They worked until the form was as high as it could go without collapsing, a tall, slender vase with a slight, elegant curve. Louisa cut it from the wheel with a wire and they lifted it together, placing it carefully on a board to dry. It would need to be trimmed, fired, glazed. It was a process. It would take time. They cleaned up in silence, washing the gray from their hands and arms under the warm water. The house was quiet again, but the silence now was layered with the memory of their shared work, the recent confrontation, the unresolved future. It was a silence they inhabited together. In the kitchen, Louisa made tea. Jackson stood by the window looking out at the dark street. The black sedan was gone, but he knew the watching hadn't stopped. It had just changed hands. Corey S. men were recalled, but Vance S. would be out there now. Or Kingston S. the garden is in bloom. Her metaphor was clear. Her power was growing. She would want to know what he knew about Kingston, the man S. habits, his weaknesses. She would want an archivist S. mind to help her dismantle a king. Louisa set a mug on the counter beside him. The steam rose, carrying the scent of chamomile. "What will you do?" she asked. Not about the phone call, about tomorrow. He picked up the mug, the heat seeping into his hands. "I don't know," he said, and it was the truth. For the first time in his adult life, there was no plan, no file to manage, no next operational step. There was only this house, this woman, and the question of what a man like him becomes when he stops being a tool. "You could write," she said quietly. He looked at her, surprised. "You have a story," she said, "your own story, not the one they wrote for you. You told me you had one to tell, so tell it." He sipped the tea, the floral taste of balm. It was an impossible idea, a dangerous one, and yet it felt more right than anything else. It was not a weapon to be given to someone else. It was an act of creation, like the vase on the studio board. It would be his. "Maybe I will," he said. Took her hand, and they stood there in the quiet kitchen, looking out at the night. The war in the shadows would continue without him. Corey S. Fall was just the beginning of a larger storm, but in here they had built a small, solid space, a center of calm. He had traded the certainty of the record for the uncertainty of a future he would write himself. It was a poor bargain by any professional measure, but as he stood with his wife's hand in his, it felt like the only victory that had ever mattered. The next morning he woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of rain. The world had not ended in the night. Louisa was already in the kitchen. She gestured to the newspaper on the table. Corey's resignation was front page now, with new details emerging about a secret audit of his department's finances. Vance was efficient. He drank his coffee and then walked to his old study. It felt like a room from someone else's life. He cleared the desk of everything, the pristine blotter, the silver letter opener, the framed commendations. He left only the lamp and his old mechanical typewriter, a relic he'd always kept for sentimental reasons. He loaded it with a fresh sheet of paper. He sat for a long time, his fingers resting on the cool keys. He had spent his life structuring other people's truths, building flawless, airless narratives. Now he had to find his own messy, human voice. He thought of the clay, of the imperfect, shared creation in the studio. He began to type. The first sentence was clumsy, a false start. He crumpled the paper and tried again. The second was better. It was not about Corey or Kingston or even the agency. It was about a boy who had believed in secrets and the man who had learned the cost of keeping them. The clack of the keys was a new kind of silence when he was filling himself. Down the hall, he could hear Louisa moving around in her studio. They were both at work building their new worlds, separate but together, while the rain fell softly against the windows. The rain continued its gentle tap against the window pane, a steady rhythm to accompany the clacking keys. He wrote for an hour, the words coming slowly at first, then in a trickle, and finally in a steady flow. He did not write of codes or conspiracies, but of the weight of a key in his pocket and the silence of a house that was not a home. He wrote about the smell of damp clay and the fear in his wife's eyes that he had pretended not to see for years. Louisa appeared in the doorway, leaning against the frame, her arms crossed. She watched him for a moment, a small, unreadable smile on her face. "You're noisy," she said, "but it's a good noise." He looked up from the page, his fingers pausing. "It feels strange," he admitted, "like learning a new language." "It's your language," she replied, "that's the point." The doorbell rang. The sound was ordinary, domestic, but it sent a jolt through the room. The typing stopped. Jackson and Louisa exchanged a look. This was not the firm, official knock of the day before. This was different. Jackson stood and walked to the door, Louisa a step behind him. He did not look through the peephole, he simply opened it. A young woman stood on the porch, holding a thick, padded envelope. She was dressed in a motorcycle jacket, her helmet tucked under her arm. Raindrops beaded on the black visor. "Jackson Reed?" she asked, her voice neutral. "Well, yes." She handed him the envelope. "Someone paid me to deliver this, said it was a housewarming gift." Then she turned and walked briskly down the path to a waiting motorcycle, the engine roaring to life before she sped away. Jackson closed the door, the envelope heavy in his hands. It was not addressed. There was no return label. He carried it to the kitchen table and opened it with a sense of grim inevitability. Inside was a single, sealed file folder, the kind he had handled 1,000 times. And nestled beside it was a small, black data drive. There was no note. He didn't need one. He knew who it was from: Vance, her gift, not the public destruction of Corey, but this. The raw, unredacted truth about the man he had served for so long, Kingston, a king's ransom of secrets. Louisa looked at the contents spread on the table, her face pale. "What is that?" "A ghost," he said, "or an invitation." He picked up the file but did not open it. He could feel the pull of it, the old, familiar hunger to know, to analyze, to control the narrative. This was the game, forever trying to pull him back in. Vance knew that. She was testing him, offering him the very thing he had just renounced. He walked to the sink, struck a match, and held the flame to the corner of the file. The paper caught, curling and blackening, the secrets turning to ash. He dropped it into the metal basin and watched it burn. The data drive he took to the garage and smashed with a hammer until it was a collection of plastic shards and broken circuitry. When he returned to the kitchen, the air smelled of smoke and resolve. Louisa was still standing by the table, her eyes wide. "Why did you do that?" she whispered. "Because my story is not in there," he said. "It's in there." He gestured toward the study, toward the typewriter and the single, imperfect page in the roller. "And it's in here." He took her hand and placed it over his heart. The phone in the study began to ring, the old landline they almost never used. They let it ring. It went silent, then started again, insistent. Someone knew they were home. Someone knew he had received the package. Jackson looked at Louisa. "We can't stay here," he said. "Not like this." She nodded slowly, her grip on his hand tightening. "I know." They would have to leave, the house, the city, the life they had known. It was the only way to truly be free of the game. It would be a different kind of silence, a mobile one filled with the unknown, but they would be in it together. He led her back to the study, sat down at the typewriter, and pulled the finished page from the roller. He folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. It was a start. It was enough to build on. The rest of the story was still ahead of them, waiting to be written on the road. The rain began to fall harder, sheeting against the windows as if to wash the world clean. They moved quickly, with a quiet efficiency that felt both new and deeply familiar. It was an extraction, but this time the asset was their own life. Louisa packed a single bag each, choosing practical clothes, a few photographs, her smallest tools. Jackson went to the safe, removing the emergency cash and 2 new identities he had buried years ago, a final, secret insurance policy he had never told her about. He laid them on the bed beside her bag. She looked at the passports, then at him. Her expression was not one of shock, but of grim acceptance. "You thought we might need this one day." "I hoped we wouldn't," he said. He left the typed page on the kitchen table, a single, weighted rectangle of truth in the empty house. Let them find it. Let them read his first, clumsy words. It was all they would get. They left through the back gate into the alley just as a dark car pulled up silently out front. They were 2 blocks away, walking calmly in the rain, before they heard the first knock on their front door, this one more persistent, more frantic than the last. They did not look back. They turned a corner where an old, inconspicuous sedan was parked, one key for it tucked inside the passport folder. Jackson slid into the driver's seat, the engine turning over with a quiet purr. "Where are we going?" Louisa asked, buckling her seatbelt, her voice steady. "West," he said, "for now." He pulled the car into the stream of traffic, becoming anonymous, just another set of taillights in the gray, rainy afternoon. He glanced in the rearview mirror once. The street they had called home was gone. Ahead was the open road, the blurred lines of the highway, and the vast, uncertain country. He reached across the console, his hand finding hers. Her fingers laced with his, strong and sure, an anchor in the rushing unknown. The story was theirs now, and the next page was blank. The highway unspooled before them, a gray ribbon slick with rain. They drove for hours, the rhythm of the wipers a metronome marking their escape. They didn't speak much, the weight of their flight a heavy, shared presence in the car. He kept to the speed limit, his eyes constantly scanning the mirrors, a habit too ingrained to break. He saw no patterns, no persistent headlights, but he knew that meant little. Near dusk, they crossed a state line. The rain had softened to a mist. Louisa had been staring out her window at the passing pine trees. "He'll know about the identities," she said, her voice quiet but clear. "Vance, she gave you that file to see what you'd do. She'll have anticipated this." "I know," Jackson said. The old identities were a temporary shield, a way to get distance. They were compromised the moment they were used. Vance was a chess player, always thinking 3 moves ahead. She had forced his hand, burning his bridges for him to see which way he would run. It buys us a little time, enough to think. They stopped at a motel that night, a place with flickering neon and doors that opened directly onto the parking lot. He paid in cash. The room smelled of stale cigarettes and disinfectant. They ate sandwiches from a gas station, sitting on the edge of the hard bed. It was a far cry from their kitchen with its chamomile tea, but Louisa didn't complain. She just unpacked her toothbrush and laid it beside his on the Formica counter in the bathroom, a small, defiant act of domesticity. In the morning, while Louisa was in the shower, Jackson walked to a strip mall across the highway. At a dusty electronics store, he bought 2 cheap pay-as-you-go phones. At a thrift store, he found a used laptop for $50. When he returned, he laid his purchases on the motel table. Louisa came out of the bathroom, her hair wrapped in a towel. She looked at the electronics, then at him. "What's the plan, Jax?" He powered up the laptop, its fan whirred loudly. "We stop running from the story," he said. "We start telling it on our own terms." He spent the day writing, not on a typewriter but in a text file on the cheap laptop, disconnected from the internet. He wrote about the package, the file, the date, a drive. He wrote about Kingston, not with the cold facts of a dossier, but with the visceral memory of the man's quiet, absolute power. He wrote about the fear that had driven him for years, and the different, more potent fear he felt now for the woman in the next room. He was building a different kind of weapon, one made of truth and consequence. Louisa read over his shoulder, her hand resting on his. "They'll come for us if you publish this." "Let them," he said. "They'll have to do it in the light." That evening he drove to a library in the next town over. Using a public terminal and a series of anonymizing steps he hadn't employed in years, he created a new, encrypted account. He attached the first chapter of his writing, the story of the boy who believed in secrets, and the new chapter he had just finished, the one that ended with the burning file and the smashed drive. He did not send it to a newspaper or a publisher. He sent it to a dozen different addresses, to journalists, to bloggers, to a few old contacts he hoped were still trustworthy. He scattered the seeds to the wind. When he returned to the motel, the tension in his shoulders had eased. He had done it. He had thrown the first stone back. Louisa was waiting for him. She had bought a small terracotta pot and a bag of soil from a garden center. On the motel's small, concrete patio, she was planting a single, shriveled bulb. "What's that?" he asked. "It's a hyacinth," she said, patting the soil into place. "It needs the cold to bloom. You have to put it in the dark for a while first, but it always comes up in the spring." He understood they were in the dark now, buried, but they were planting something for the future. He sat beside her on the cold ground, watching her work, the motel sign flickering on above them, casting their shadows long and faint across the parking lot. The game was still on, but he was no longer a piece on the board. He had become a player, and he was changing the rules. The world would know his name and the names of the ghosts he chased. The silence was over. Story 4. The chair was the first thing I noticed when they let me back into the house. Not the police tape dangling from the front door like a torn yellow ribbon, not the lingering chemical smell of fingerprint powder, but the chair. It was a simple thing, an upholstered armchair the color of a stormy sky, positioned by the large living room window that looked out over the Sound. Janice's chair. It was angled just so to catch the afternoon light for reading, and on the seat cushion, a faint, almost imperceptible depression remained, the ghost of her form. But the angle was wrong. It was turned slightly away from the window, as if she had been looking at the door when she died, waiting for someone to come in, or perhaps willing someone to stay out. That detail, that subtle wrongness of the chair's position, was a pebble dropped into the still pond of my life, and the ripples were still spreading, cold and relentless, all the way to this courtroom. The air in here is different. It smells of old wood, lemon-scented polish, and the faint, metallic tang of human anxiety. It is a smell I know intimately, though I have always breathed it from the other side of the bench. Now I sit here at the defense table, the weight of my own tailored suit feeling like a lead apron. My lawyer, a man named Arthur Shaw, whose face is a roadmap of weary cynicism, shuffles papers beside me. The sound is like dry leaves skittering across pavement. Across the aisle, Ephraim Holloway adjusts his cufflinks. He does not look at me. He is a tall man, gaunt, with a profile that belongs on a Roman coin, weathered and severe. We have known each other for 30 years, since we were both hungry young attorneys sharpening our teeth on the bones of petty criminals. Our rivalry was a legend in this courthouse, a long, slow chess game played out over decades. He saw me ascend to the bench, a position he coveted with a quiet, burning passion. And then 7 years ago, he prosecuted me. The case was a bribery scandal, a web of lies spun by a defendant I had sent away, a final, desperate act of vengeance. They said I took money to sway a verdict. They had a witness, a bank transfer, a narrative of corruption that was almost perfect. Almost. They did not have the truth, and in the end, the truth, or the lack of it, was enough. I was acquitted, but not exonerated. Not in the eyes of the public, not in the eyes of my son, and certainly not in the eyes of Ephraim Holloway. He has been waiting for this rematch ever since. He has been waiting for my wife to die. The bailiff calls the court to order, and Judge Anya Dallin enters. She's a serious woman with a cap of silver hair and eyes that miss nothing. She has a reputation for fairness, a scalpel where other judges wield a gavel. She nods to the room, her gaze lingering on me for a fraction of a second too long. It is not accusation I see there, but a deep, professional curiosity. She is looking at a colleague who has fallen into the machinery of the system he once operated. It is a humbling sort of pity. Holloway rises for his opening statement. He does not stride to the jury box. He seems to materialize before it, his voice a low, resonant cello string that vibrates in the still air. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he begins, his hands clasped gently before him. This is a story about a chair, not just any chair, a chair by a window, a chair where a beautiful, vibrant woman named Janice Metcalf sat down one evening to read, and from which she never rose. He lets the silence settle, a master of pacing. The medical examiner will tell you she died of anaphylactic shock, a severe, catastrophic allergic reaction. She was highly allergic to peanuts. The evidence will show that in the tea she drank that night, a tea prepared by one person, in a kitchen controlled by one person, there was a significant concentration of peanut oil. He turns slowly, and his eyes, for the first time, find mine. They are the color of flint. The defense will tell you it was a tragedy, a terrible, unforeseeable accident. They will ask you to see David Metcalf as he appears to be, a respected judge, a grieving husband, but you are here to look deeper. You are here to see the man who 7 years ago stood in this very building and fought for his freedom. A man who knew what it was like to have his life, his reputation, hanging by a thread. A man whose wife, the lovely and fragile Janice, was prepared to testify in that previous trial. Testify about his state of mind, about his character. The pressure, the strain, it was too much for her. She suffered a breakdown. She was institutionalized for 3 months. A hot needle of anger pricks at the back of my neck. Shaw puts a cautioning hand on my arm under the table. He had warned me about this. Holloway would make the past the prologue. The first trial almost took his freedom. Holloway continues, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur as if sharing a secret with the jury. But it did take something. It took the peace of his home. It took the stability of his wife. And when Janice returned from the hospital, she was different, fragile, dependent, and she carried a secret the evidence will suggest she threatened to reveal. David Metcalf had survived the courtroom once. He would not risk it again. So he saw an opportunity, a known allergy, a simple cup of tea, an accident waiting to happen. He did not push her. He did not need to. He merely prepared her a drink. He sat her in her favorite chair by the window and he watched as the life left her body. This is not a story about an accident. It is a story about a man who believed he was above the law. A man who thought he could use the lessons of his first trial to commit the perfect crime. He is about to learn he was wrong. He sits, the silence is absolute. I can feel the eyes of the jury on me, crawling over my skin like insects. They are seeing a monster, carefully constructed from half-truths and poisoned inferences. They are seeing the man in the story Holloway is telling, and I have to fight the urge to stand up and shout that the story is all wrong, that the man is not me. The days blur into a procession of witnesses and evidence, each one a brick in the wall Holloway is building around me. A forensic toxicologist confirms the peanut oil in the dregs of Janice S. chamomile tea. A friend of Janice S., a woman with a nervous, fluttering voice, testifies that in the weeks before her death, Janice had seemed unusually preoccupied, that she had said, "There are things about David S.'s first trial that never came out, things that would change everything." Then they call my son. Carson takes the stand, a young man of 25 who has inherited his mother's delicate bone structure and my own troubled eyes. He looks at me and his gaze is a wound. He confirms that he was away at a conference the night his mother died, that he came home the next morning to find the paramedics and the police. Holloway's voice is gentle, almost paternal. "Carson, did your mother ever express any fear of your father?" Shaw objects, calls for speculation. Judge Dallin overrules. The witness may answer. He can speak to her state of mind. Carson swallows, his Adam's apple bobbing. No, not fear, but after the first trial things were different. She was sad, anxious. She told me once that living in that house after everything that happened was like living in a beautiful shell that had something rotten inside. The words land in the quiet room with the force of a physical blow. Something rotten inside. Is that what I am? Is that what our life had become? Did she ever mention wanting to leave? Holloway asks softly. Objection. Shaw is on his feet. Sustained. Judge Dallin gives Holloway a warning look. But the seed is planted. The jury has heard it. A wife who felt her home was rotten. A husband who had everything to lose. The most damning piece of evidence is the security system log. Our house had a sophisticated system, with sensors on the doors and windows and a log that recorded every opening and closing. The log shows that the back patio door was opened at 9:04 p.m. and closed again at 9:07 p.m. Janice died sometime between 9:00 and 9:30. I had told the police I was in my study the entire time working on a brief. I never went outside. Holloway holds up the printout. The back patio door, Judge Metcalf, opened and closed just minutes before your wife's death. Can you explain that? I cannot. I have no memory of touching that door. I was absorbed in my work. The house was quiet. The only sound was the distant hum of the dishwasher and the soft rustle of Janice turning pages in the living room. Shaw's cross-examinations are deft, picking at the edges of the prosecution's case. He gets the toxicologist to admit that peanut oil is odorless and tasteless when mixed in a strongly flavored tea, that cross-contamination in a home kitchen, while unlikely, is not impossible. He gets Janice's friend to admit that Janice was often preoccupied and prone to dramatic statements, that her mental health had always been a delicate thing. But it feels like trying to bail out a sinking boat with a thimble. The narrative is too compelling. The grieving, unstable wife, the ambitious, previously accused husband, the mysterious 3-minute opening of a door. When it is our turn, Shaw calls character witnesses, colleagues from the bench who speak of my integrity, my dedication to the law. Their words sound hollow, formal, like a eulogy for a man who is not yet dead. He calls a private investigator we hired, who testifies that the latch on the patio door was old, that it sometimes registered as open or closed if the wind shook the door. It is a weak theory, and Holloway shreds it on cross, pointing out that the log showed a definitive sequence, open then closed, not a flicker. Then I take the stand. The wood of the witness box is smooth and cool under my sweating palms. To be on this side of the room is a form of vertigo. Shaw leads me through my story, the story I have told 100 times to myself and to the police. I came home. Janice was in the kitchen making tea. She offered me some. I declined. I went to my study. I worked. I heard nothing. I found her around 10 when I went to say good night. She was slumped in her chair, her book fallen to the floor, her teacup empty beside her. I called 911. I tried to remember CPR, but my hands were shaking too badly. She was already gone. Shaw asks about the first trial. Did your wife's breakdown, her hospitalization, cause you to resent her? No, I say, and my voice is firmer than I expected. It caused me profound grief. I loved Janice. Her fragility was not a burden. It was a part of her that I felt responsible for protecting. I failed her during that first trial. The stress, the spotlight, it broke her. I have lived with that guilt every day since. And the night she died, did you open the patio door? Well, I did not. Did you at any point introduce pine nut oil into your wife's tea? Absolutely not. I would never. I loved her. It is Holloway's turn. He approaches slowly, a predator circling his prey. Judge Metcalf, he begins, and the title is a deliberate mockery. You are a student of human nature, a connoisseur of motive and opportunity. You sat in judgment of men and women for 20 years. You know better than anyone how a story can be constructed from circumstantial evidence, do you not? I know that evidence must be viewed as a whole, not in isolated pieces, I reply. Of course, let us view it as a whole then. A wife who knew a secret from your past, a wife who was emotionally unstable, a liability, a wife with a lethal allergy, a husband with a history of being accused of a serious crime, a husband who was alone with her that night, a security log that places him at a door he claims he never opened. It forms a rather coherent picture, doesn't it? It forms a picture you have painted, Ephraim. It is not a photograph of the truth. The truth, he muses, stopping directly in front of me. You are an expert on the legal truth, are you not? The truth that can be proven in a court of law. That is the only truth that matters here, not the private truth you hold in your heart. The jury cannot see that. They can only see the facts, and the facts are that your wife is dead, and you are the only person who could have killed her. He lets that hang in the air before turning to his final point. The first trial, you were acquitted, but you never spoke of it. You never gave your side of the story. Why is that? It was a painful chapter I wished to close. Or was it because you knew how lucky you were? You knew the evidence was thin, you knew you had escaped, and you knew that your wife, in her fragile state, was the one loose thread that could unravel everything if she ever decided to talk. She was the one witness who could truly destroy you. That is a lie, I say, my voice low and tight. Is it, or is it the one piece of the puzzle that makes all the other pieces fit? He sits down. I am dismissed. As I walk back to the defense table, my legs feel numb. I look at Carson. He is staring at his hands, his jaw clenched. He believes it. My own son believes Holloway's story. The closing arguments are a study in contrast. Shaw is methodical, reasonable, pointing out the lack of direct evidence, the possibility of accident, the cruelty of convicting a man on speculation and past history. Holloway is a poet of darkness. He speaks of justice, of a woman who could not speak for herself, of a man who believed the rules did not apply to him. He walks over to the evidence table and picks up Janice's teacup, holding it delicately in his hand. "This cup," he says, his voice barely a whisper. This simple, ordinary cup. It held the last thing Janice Metcalf ever tasted. It was prepared by the man who swore to protect her. He did not protect her. He used this cup and the tea within it as his weapon. He thought no one would notice. He thought he was too clever, but the chair was turned. The door was opened. The truth, like the tea in this cup, may have been consumed, but the residue remains. Find that truth. Find justice for Janice. The jury is out for 2 days. They feel like 2 lifetimes. I sit in a small, windowless room with Shaw, the air thick with stale coffee and despair. He tries to be optimistic, but his eyes tell a different story. We have lost. On the morning of the 3rd day, the bailiff comes. They have reached a verdict. The walk back into the courtroom is the longest of my life. Every face is a mask. Judge Dallin takes the bench. Her expression is unreadable. The jury flies is handed to the clerk, who hands it to the judge, who hands it to the foreman, a middle-aged man with a tired face. "Mr. Foreman, has the jury reached a verdict?" "We have, Your Honor." He looks directly at me. The world narrows to a pinprick of light. "On the count of murder in the 1st degree, we find the defendant not guilty." A gasp goes through the room. My knees buckle. Shaw grips my arm, holding me up. The gavel bangs, "Not guilty." The words echo, meaningless at first, then slowly filling with a terrible, shaky relief. I look for Carson. He is staring at me, his face a tumult of confusion and something that might be hope. I look at Holloway. He is calmly putting his papers into his briefcase. He does not look defeated. He looks satisfied, as if this was the outcome he wanted all along. Not a conviction, but a destruction. He has taken my career, my reputation, and now he has taken the faith of my son. He has left me a free man in an empty world. The crowd disperses, reporters swarm, but Shaw ushers me out a side door. I am free, I go home. The house is silent and enormous. I walk into the living room. The chair is still there. I have not been able to move it. I stand before it, looking at the wrong angle, the ghostly impression on the cushion. And then I remember. The night Janice died, I was in my study. The house was quiet, but there was a sound, a faint, rhythmic clicking. I had thought it was the old grandfather clock in the hall, its mechanism winding down, but the clock had been silent for weeks, waiting for a repairman. I walk to the back patio door and study the latch. It is a simple, mechanical bolt, but the sensor for the security system is a magnetic one, a small, separate piece on the frame. I open the door. The log would read open. I close it. Closed, but if someone were to open it from the outside just enough to break the magnetic seal and hold it there for 3 minutes, the log would register the same sequence. Open, closed, 3 minutes. Just enough time for someone to slip into the kitchen, to add a few drops of odorless, tasteless oil to a teacup sitting on the counter, and to slip out again. It was not an accident. It was not me. It was someone who knew our routines, someone who knew about Janice's allergy, someone who knew about the security system and how to manipulate it, someone who wanted her dead and me blamed for it, someone who had been in my house before, someone who held a key. The pieces shift, tumbling into a new, more horrifying configuration. Holloway's satisfied smile, the certainty of my guilt. He did not have to win the case. He just had to put me through it to finish what he started 7 years ago. But he would not have done this himself. He is a prosecutor, not a murderer. He needed a tool, an accomplice. I think of Carson's testimony, his distance, his anger, his comment about the house being a beautiful shell with something rotten inside. He was away at a conference. Or was he? The thought is a poison seeping into the cracks of my mind. My son, my own son, had Holloway gotten to him, convinced him his mother was a liability, that I was a monster who needed to be stopped? Had he given him a key, told him what to do? I walk to the telephone, my hand trembling. I need to call Shaw. I need to tell him. But what would I say? There is no evidence. Only a theory born from the angle of a chair and the memory of a sound. A theory that points to the one person I have left. I stand in the silent living room, the ghost of my wife in her chair, the ghost of my son in the shadow of the patio door. I am a free man, I have been acquitted, but the trial is not over. It has just moved to a new, more intimate venue. The courtroom of my own home, where I am both the judge and the accused, and the evidence is everywhere in the tilt of a chair, in the silence of a clock, in the terrible, echoing space where trust used to be. The chair was the first thing I noticed. The chair was the first thing I noticed. It was angled slightly away from the window, turned as if to face the center of the room. Janice always sat with it facing the garden, her back to the door. She liked to watch the evening light fade over the rose bushes. She would never have moved it herself. The police had dismissed it, a minor detail in a room full of tragedy, but now it screamed at me. Someone had been in here with her. Someone had turned the chair to face them. A conversation, a confrontation. My breath hitched, a ragged sound in the profound quiet. I looked from the chair to the patio door, the 2 points now connected by a terrible, invisible line. The door had been opened from the outside. Someone had come in. They had spoken to Janice. They had turned her chair, and then they had gone into the kitchen. I walked to the kitchen, my footsteps echoing on the tile. I stood where Janice must have stood, where her killer must have stood. The teacup was gone, entered into evidence, but I could see its ghost on the counter. The kettle, the tin of chamomile, it would have been simple. A moment's distraction, a few drops from a small bottle. Then back out the patio door, holding it open just long enough for the system to log its false opening and closing. I went back to the living room and picked up the house phone, the receiver slick in my hand. I started to dial Shaw's number, but my finger froze on the last digit. What was I going to say? That I had a new theory based on the position of a chair. He would hear the desperation, the paranoid ramblings of a man who had just escaped a life sentence and was now seeing phantoms. The police would not reopen the case. The verdict was in. I was free, and the world believed, at best, that I had gotten away with murder. My gaze drifted to the mantelpiece, to a framed photograph of Carson and Janice taken a year before she died. They were both laughing, their heads closed together. Carson had her smile, the same slight crinkle at the corners of the eyes. A fresh wave of grief, cold and sharp, washed over me. Could he have done this? Could Holloway, that master manipulator, have twisted my son's grief and anger into something so monstrous? The boy in that photograph seemed incapable of it. But the young man on the witness stand, with his hardened eyes and his testimony about a rotten shell, was a stranger. I had to know, I had to look into his eyes and see if my son was a killer. I put the phone down and went to the hall closet for my coat. My keys were on the table where I had dropped them. As I picked them up, my eyes fell on the key rack beside the door. There were 3 hooks, one for my keys, one for Janice S., which still held her keychain with the little silver bird, and one that was empty, Carson S. hook. He had moved out 6 months ago after a fight we had about the first trial, about the shadow it still cast over our family. He had taken his key, he said, because he didn't feel welcome in a house built on secrets. But what if he had a copy made? What if the empty hook was a lie? I drove to his apartment across town, my mind racing, constructing and demolishing scenarios with every block. He lived in a modern complex, sterile and anonymous. I took the elevator to the 3rd floor, the silence of the ascent pressing in on me. I stood before his door, my hand raised to knock, suddenly terrified of what I would find on the other side. The door opened before my knuckles touched the wood. Carson stood there, dressed in a jacket as if he were on his way out. He looked at me, his expression not surprised but weary. He had been expecting me. "Dad," he said, the word was flat, devoid of warmth. "Can I come in?" My voice was hoarse. He hesitated, then stepped back, allowing me to pass. His apartment was neat, almost bare. A suitcase stood by the door. "Going somewhere?" I asked. "Just got back," he said, not looking at me. "A last-minute thing for work." The lie was so effortless it stole my breath. There had been no work trip. He had been in court, watching the verdict. I saw it then on the coffee table, partially hidden under a magazine. A key. Not a modern apartment key, but the distinct, old-fashioned brass key to my house. He followed my gaze and went very still. The air in the room thickened, charged with everything we had not said. "The patio door," I said, the words barely a whisper. "It was you." Carson didn't deny it. He didn't cry or shout. He just looked at me with Janice's eyes filled with a bottomless, chilling sorrow. "He told me you were going to hurt her again," he said, his voice quiet and broken. "He said the stress of the first trial, the threat of her talking, he said you would break her, that it was only a matter of time. He said this was the only way to save her, to save you from yourself, to make sure you were stopped for good." Holloway, I breathed. The name was a curse. "He said it would look like an accident, that no one would ever know. He said you'd be suspected, but without proof." Carson's composure finally cracked, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. "But then the police found the oil, and it wasn't an accident anymore. It was murder. And I had to," he gestured weakly towards the door, towards the world that held the courtroom. "I had to make sure they saw you for what you are." I stared at my son, at the living, breathing proof of Holloway's ultimate victory. He hadn't just framed me. He had recruited my own child to be the instrument of my destruction. He had turned Carson's love for his mother into a weapon, poisoning him just as surely as Carson had poisoned Janice's tea. "You killed her," I said, the truth, a physical weight crushing my chest. "You sat with her, you turned her chair, and you went into the kitchen and you put that oil in her tea." "I was saving her," he whispered, but the conviction was gone from his voice, replaced by a hollow, dawning horror. He said I was saving her. I took a step towards him, my hands shaking with a fury and a grief so vast I thought it would consume me. My son, my boy, what had that man made him into? The key on the table lay between us, a tiny, brutal monument to the ruin of our family. I was a free man, but I was standing in a prison whose walls were made of the bones of my wife and the shattered mind of my son, and I knew with a certainty that froze my soul that there was no key that would ever let me out. I reached for the key. My fingers brushed the cold brass. Carson flinched as if I had struck him. He didn't try to stop me. He just watched, his body slack with a terrible resignation. "What are you going to do?" he asked. I closed my hand around the key. It felt heavy, imbued with a malice I could barely comprehend. I looked at my son, at the ruins of the boy I had taught to ride a bike, to throw a baseball. Holloway hadn't just used him. He had erased him and replaced him with this haunted stranger. "I don't know," I said, and it was the truth. The law had finished with me. To go to the police now would be to hand them Carson on a platter. He would be convicted, destroyed. Holloway would have completed his masterpiece. Yet to do nothing was to live in this new, silent hell, a co-conspirator in the cover-up of my wife's murder. "I believed him, Dad," Carson said, his voice cracking. "After the first trial, all those rumors, and Mom was so scared of you sometimes. She would get quiet when you entered the room. Holloway made it all make sense." A new layer of the horror revealed itself, Janice's quietness. I had taken it for depression, for the lingering trauma of the first ordeal. I never saw it as fear of me. Had Holloway planted that seed in her mind, too? Had he been tending this garden of suspicion for years, waiting for the perfect moment to harvest? "I loved your mother," I said, the words feeling inadequate, a small boat on a vast, dark ocean. "I would have rather died myself than see her hurt." Carson finally met my gaze. The confusion in his eyes was a small, fragile thing, but it was there, the first crack in Holloway's narrative. "He said you were a brilliant actor, that you could make anyone believe anything." "He was right about one thing," I said, my voice low. "He is a brilliant actor, and he has performed his masterpiece for an audience of one. You." I turned and walked out of the apartment. I didn't look back. The elevator descended, and with each floor a plan began to form in my mind, not as a clear path, but as a single, unwavering objective. I could not go to the police. The legal system was Holloway's domain, his theater. He had already proven he could manipulate it to his ends. A new case against Carson would be a circus, a tragic epilogue that would only cement his victory. No, this had to end elsewhere. This was personal, it was primal. I drove not to my empty house, but to the old courthouse. It was late, the building mostly dark, a monolithic shadow against the city sky. I parked across the street and watched. I knew his habits. Ephraim Holloway was a creature of routine, a man who believed his own invincibility. He would be in his office, savoring his win, dissecting the trial, planning his next move, perhaps already eyeing a judgeship. An hour passed, then the familiar figure emerged from the side entrance, a long coat draped over his shoulders. He paused at the top of the steps, a king surveying his domain. He turned and began walking toward the parking garage. I started the car and pulled away from the curb, keeping my distance. I followed his sedan through the quiet, rain-slicked streets toward the affluent suburb where he lived, but he didn't take the turn for his neighborhood. He drove on toward the river, toward the old industrial sector, a place of warehouses and forgotten spaces. A cold dread settled in my stomach. This was not his route home. My hands tightened on the wheel. He was leading me somewhere. He knew I was here. He turned into the deserted lot of a shuttered textile mill. His car stopped, the headlights cutting off, leaving us in the deep gloom broken only by a single, flickering security light on the side of the building. I stopped my car 100 feet away, the engine idling. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. His door opened. He got out and stood beside his car, not looking at me, but out toward the dark, flowing water of the river. He was waiting. I killed the engine and stepped out into the chill night air. The only sounds were the distant hum of the city and the rush of the water below. I wondered how long it would take you, he said, his voice carrying clearly in the stillness. He finally turned to face me. In the poor light, his face was all sharp angles and shadows. The great Arthur Metcalfe, you were always too clever to accept a simple verdict. You used my son, I said, walking toward him. The gravel crunched under my feet. I gave your son the truth he was desperate for, Holloway replied calmly. He came to me, you know, after your acquittal the first time, full of doubts, full of questions about his hero of a father. He saw the cracks. I merely helped him see the whole picture. The picture you painted, you made him a murderer. I showed him the path to justice. His mother's death was a tragedy, but it served a higher purpose. It exposed you for what you are. The verdict in that courtroom was a technicality. The verdict in the court of public opinion in the heart of your only son is what truly matters. And you have been found guilty, Arthur. You are a ghost now, a man who walks but is already dead. He was right. He had taken everything but my physical freedom. He had won. And what now, Ephraim? I asked, stopping a dozen feet from him. You've had your victory. Why lead me here? To see it in your eyes, he said, a faint, cruel smile touching his lips. To see the understanding. To know that you are utterly and completely defeated. That is the final piece. The rush of the river seemed to grow louder, a relentless, roaring sound. I thought of Janice. I thought of Carson's broken face. I thought of the empty house that awaited me. Holloway had built a perfect, inescapable prison for me. There was only one way left to defy him. You ray wrong, I said, my voice steady for the first time since this nightmare began. There is one thing you didn't take into account. And what is that? He asked, his tone dripping with condescension. A man with nothing left to lose is the most dangerous man there is. I took a step forward. The flickering light caught the sudden shift in his expression, the first flicker of uncertainty. The predator, realizing his prey had fangs of its own. The game was not over. It had simply moved to a new, darker, and far more final arena, here on the edge of the abyss, with the river roaring its approval below. He took a corresponding step back, his heels scraping on the gravel. The smug certainty was gone, replaced by the sharp, calculating gaze of a man reassessing his opponent. I was no longer the broken victim he had come to gloat over. I was something else. You're bluffing, Metcalf. You're a man of the law, of reason. This isn't you. You made a mistake when you brought my son into this, I said, continuing my slow advance. You thought using him would be the masterstroke, but you forgot that when you destroy a man's family, you destroy the part of him that cares about laws and reason. All that's left is the animal. He glanced toward his car, a quick, nervous flick of the eyes. He was calculating the distance. I was closer. This is beneath you, Arthur. Think of your legacy. My legacy is a dead wife and a son who is a murderer because of you. There is nothing left to think about. He was against his car now, the cold metal pressing into his back. The river's roar filled the silence between us. I could see the pulse beating rapidly in his throat. He was afraid. Good. I have evidence, he blurted out, the words rushed. A safeguard. If anything happens to me, it goes to the press. It details everything. Your son's involvement. It will destroy him completely. I stopped. The truth of his statement was a cold splash of water. He saw the hesitation and pressed his advantage, his confidence returning in a sickening wave. That's right, you can't touch me. You are trapped. The only way to protect your son is to live with this, to let me win. Go home, Arthur. Live with your ghosts. He smiled then, a thin, victorious smile. He believed he had checkmated me once again. He began to ease away from the car, thinking the confrontation was over. He was wrong. I didn't move to stop him physically. I just spoke, my voice low but cutting through the night air like a blade. The evidence, is it in a manila envelope locked in the bottom drawer of your desk, the one with the faulty lock that jiggles if you press on the side? Holloway froze, his face went slack with shock. I had been in his office many times during the first trial. I'd seen him fumble with that drawer. I remembered his frustration with it. How you couldn't have? You're a creature of habit, Ephraim. You think in straight lines. You have a safeguard, of course you do, but you keep it close. You need to be able to see it, to touch it, to feel its power. You wouldn't trust a safety deposit box or a lawyer. You need to control it. The flicker of fear in his eyes was now a full-blown wildfire. I had invaded his narrative, his sense of control. It doesn't matter, he stammered. You can't get to it. I don't need to, I said. I just need to know it exists, and I need you to know that I know where it is. That changes everything, doesn't it? I took a step back, giving him space. The power dynamic had shifted irrevocably. He was no longer the playwright watching his script unfold. He was an actor on a stage I was now building. This isn't over, I said. It's just entering a new phase. Go home, Ephraim, live with that. I turned and walked back to my car, leaving him standing there in the dim light, silhouetted against the rushing darkness of the river. I didn't look back. I started the engine and drove away, the headlights cutting a path through the night. I was not driving toward a home or a future. I was driving into a war, a silent, private war with no rules and no end in sight. The first battle had been won. Not by proving my innocence, but by embracing the dark, knowing truth he had forced upon me. I was a free man, but my freedom was a weapon, and I had just learned how to hold it. The drive was a blur. My mind was no longer racing. It was cold, focused, a scalpel dissecting the problem. Holloway had a weapon, but I had identified it. He had my son, but I had seen the crack in his programming. The war would not be fought in a courtroom. It would be fought in the shadows, in the spaces between truth and perception. I didn't go home. I drove to the office, the small, quiet space I had kept after retiring from the firm. It was a place of books and old case files, a monument to a life built on order and precedent. It felt alien to me now. I went straight to the whiteboard on the far wall, the one I used for complex litigation strategies. I picked up a black marker. At the top I wrote 3 names, Janic, Carson, Holloway. Under Janice's name I wrote fear, quietness. Holloway's influence. Under Carson S. brainwashed, grief manipulated, access to house. Under Holloway S. safeguard desk, motive, power, reputation, judgeship, vulnerability, his hubris. I stared at the board. The case against me was a closed book. The case against Holloway was a ghost. He was too careful, too connected. To expose him, I needed something undeniable. Something that would shatter his pristine image so completely that even his safeguard would be seen as the desperate ploy of a guilty man. My eyes drifted to Janice's name, the fear, the quietness. Holloway had been her therapist for years after the first trial. He had access. He had time. What had he done to her? What seeds had he planted that made her scared of me, that made Carson believe I was a monster? I needed to get into Holloway's past. I needed to find another crack, another life he had ruined. He was a master of psychological warfare. He wouldn't have started with me. There had to be a prototype, a test case. I spent the next few hours in the deep silence of the night, the glow of my computer screen the only light. I bypassed search engines and went into the paid databases, the ones lawyers use for deep background checks. I searched for cases Holloway had prosecuted that had strange outcomes, acquittals that felt wrong, or convictions that seemed overly personal. I looked for complaints, for any whisper of misconduct that had been buried. And I found it, a name, Lillian Frost, a case from 15 years ago. Holloway had prosecuted her husband for embezzlement. The husband was convicted, but the case was notoriously thin, built on circumstantial evidence and the testimony of a shaky witness who later recanted. The husband died in prison 2 years into his sentence. A year after that, Lillian Frost had filed a formal complaint against Holloway, alleging he had coerced the witness and suppressed exculpatory evidence. The complaint was dismissed for lack of proof. Lillian Frost, she had vanished from public records after that. It was a thread, thin and fragile, but it was something Holloway had tried to bury. I wrote her name on the board, a new node in the web. If I could find her, if she would talk, she might be the key. She was proof that Holloway's hunger for victory, for destruction, had a history. As the first gray light of dawn touched the window, I leaned back in my chair. The exhaustion was a physical weight, but my mind was clearer than it had been in months. I had a direction, I had an enemy, and I had a purpose that went beyond my own freedom. This was for Janice, it was for Carson to try and salvage the pieces of the son I had lost, and it was for Lillian Frost, and for anyone else Holloway had crushed on his climb to the top. I stood up and erased the whiteboard. The words were gone, but the map was now burned into my mind. I was no longer Arthur Metcalf, the accused. I was Arthur Metcalf, the hunter, and my quarry for the first time had reason to be afraid. The city was waking up as I left the office. The normalcy of it, all the delivery trucks, the early commuters felt like a scene from a play I was no longer in. I drove to a payphone miles from my home or office, the kind of relic Holloway would never think to monitor. I fed in coins and dialed the number for a private investigator I had used years ago for a corporate espionage case. Ben Doyle was expensive, discreet, and had no love for the district attorney's office. He answered on the third ring, his voice a gravelly rumble. Doyle. Ben, it's Arthur Metcalf. A long pause. Jesus, Arthur, I saw the news. I don't know what to say. I need your help. It's not what you think. I need you to find someone, a woman named Lillian Frost. I gave him the scant details I had. It's urgent, Ben, and it's off the books, no traces. He was quiet for a moment. This about Holloway. Well, yes. Another pause, then. All right, I'll see what I can dig up. You know this is a deep well you're looking into. I know I'm already at the bottom of it. I gave him a time and a place to call me back, a different payphone, and hung up. The next 48 hours were a study in stillness. I went through the motions at home, the empty rooms echoing with a silence that was now a tactical consideration, not just a grief. I avoided Carson. Contact was too dangerous for both of us. Holloway would be watching him, looking for any sign that my resolve was cracking or that his control over my son was slipping. My silence was a weapon. My inaction was a strategy. When the appointed time came, I stood at the grimy payphone, the receiver cold in my hand. It rang exactly on time. Arthur Doyle's voice was tense. I found her, Lillian Frost. She's living under her maiden name, Lillian Price, upstate, works at a library. It wasn't easy. Someone made a real effort to bury her. Did you make contact? No, but I did some digging around the edges. She's skittish, paranoid. She had a breakdown after her husband's death. The official story is that she became a recluse. The unofficial story is that Holloway made her life a living hell until she stopped making noise. Give me the address. He hesitated. Arthur, be careful. This woman is a raw nerve, and if Holloway catches wind of you talking to her. He won't, I said with a confidence I didn't entirely feel, and I don't have a choice. I memorized the address he gave me and drove north for 3 hours, the city giving way to rolling hills and small, quiet towns. The library was a quaint, red-brick building on a tree-lined street. I saw her through the window, reshelving books in the non-fiction section. She was younger than I expected, but her face was etched with a permanent weariness, her shoulders slightly hunched as if expecting a blow. I waited until her lunch break, watching her walk to a small park across the street and sit alone on a bench with a brown bag. I approached slowly, giving her plenty of time to see me. Lillian Price, I said, keeping my voice soft. She looked up, her eyes wide with immediate alarm. She began to gather her things to flee. My name is Arthur Metcalf, I said, stopping a respectful distance away. Ephraim Holloway destroyed my family, too. Her hands froze on her lunch bag. She stared at me, her eyes searching my face, looking for the lie. I saw the recognition dawn, followed by a profound and weary pity. I saw you on the news, she whispered. I thought it looked familiar, the way he operates. She gestured weakly to the space beside her on the bench. Sit, but not for long. I sat. He prosecuted my wife's murder. He engineered the evidence. He convinced my son, too, to be a part of it. She nodded slowly, not looking at me, but at some distant point in her past. He doesn't just want to win, he needs to annihilate. With my David, it was about reputation. David was a rising star in the same political circles. Holloway needed a big public win to launch his own career. David was just a stepping stone. She finally turned her haunted eyes to me. But with you, this feels different, more personal. Why? I don't know, I admitted. That's what I need to find out, the complaint you filed. Was a mistake, she interrupted, her voice sharp with remembered pain. It gave him a reason to focus on me. The phone calls, the flat tires, a dead cat on my doorstep. The police said it was unrelated, a coincidence, but I knew. He was reminding me that he could reach me anytime, that he owned the law. I stopped because I wanted to live. I'm not going to stop, I said. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. I believe you, but he's stronger now, more entrenched. What can you possibly do? I have one advantage he doesn't expect, I said. I have nothing left to lose, and I know about the safeguard. Her brow furrowed. The what? The evidence he has locked away to protect himself. Lillian shook her head, a slow, deliberate movement. Arthur, you don't understand. Holloway doesn't keep evidence. He is the evidence. His power, his word, his reputation, that's his safeguard. He doesn't need a file in a drawer. He makes sure that anyone who speaks against him is destroyed so completely that no one would ever believe them. He didn't just bury my complaint. He buried me. Her words landed like a physical blow, chilling and absolute. She was right. I had been thinking like a lawyer, looking for a tangible piece of proof. But Holloway was beyond that. His entire life was a performance of integrity, and he ruthlessly eliminated anyone who threatened the script. The manila envelope was a decoy, a red herring for a mind that still believed in systems and evidence. His real weapon was the terror he cultivated. I thanked her and stood to leave, my new understanding feeling like a lead weight in my chest. "Mr. Metcalf," she said as I turned, "be careful. He doesn't just break cases, he breaks people. He breaks their will. He made your son hurt you because that is the deepest cut of all. He won't stop until you are not just defeated, but erased." I walked back to my car, her warning echoing in my mind. The hunter had just learned his quarry was more dangerous, more insidious than he had ever imagined. The war was no longer about finding a file. It was about dismantling a god, and I was just one broken man. The drive back was a descent into a colder, more desolate reality. Lillian was right. I had been a fool. I was trying to fight a ghost with a sword. Holloway-esque power wasn't tea in a drawer. It was in the air everyone breathed. It was in the respectful nods he got from judges, the fawning articles in the press, the terrified silence of people like Lillian Frost. To beat him, I wouldn't need evidence. I would need a revolution. I pulled over at a rest stop, my hands trembling on the wheel. The scale of it was suffocating. How do you topple a monument? You don't chip at it with a hammer. You need dynamite. You need to place the charge in a crack no one else can see. And then I remembered the flicker, the brief, almost imperceptible crack in Holloway-esque armor by the river when I had mentioned his desk. His reaction had been too sharp, too visceral for a mere decoy. He was a master manipulator, but he was also a narcissist. He would have a trophy. The manila envelope might not contain the legal key to his downfall, but it contained something he valued, something that proved his genius to himself. It wasn't his safeguard, it was his scrapbook. The plan that began to form in my mind was not one of legal strategy or careful investigation. It was an act of pure, desperate vandalism. I needed to get into his office, not to steal the envelope, but to see it, to know what was inside, to find the one thread he couldn't afford to have pulled. I drove back to the city, but not to my office or my empty house. I went to a storage unit I hadn't opened in years, a relic from a time when I had more possessions than I knew what to do with. In the back, under a dusty tarp, was a set of lockpicks given to me by a client years ago as a bizarre thank you gift. I had never used them. I had always considered them a curiosity, a violation of the ordered world I lived in. Now they felt like the only tools that made sense. The following night, I parked several blocks from the courthouse. The building was a fortress after hours, but I wasn't going in through the front door. I knew from my years there that the old coal chute access in the basement, long since sealed, had a maintenance hatch that was notoriously poorly secured. It was a forgotten seam in the building's armor. Dressed in dark clothing, I moved through the shadows. The hatch was exactly as I remembered, its lock a simple, weathered pin tumbler. My hands were steady as I worked the picks, the clicks echoing faintly in the silence. The lock gave way with a soft thud. I slipped inside into the damp, dusty silence of the basement. I avoided the main corridors, taking the service stairs. His office was on the 4th floor. The hallway was dark, the only sound the hum of a server room down the hall. His door was locked, a more sophisticated lock this time. It took me longer, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool air. Finally, it yielded. I stepped into Ephraim Holloway's inner sanctum. The room smelled of leather and old paper. The moon through the window illuminated his massive, orderly desk. I went straight to it, my heart hammering against my ribs. I pressed on the side of the bottom drawer. It jiggled. I took a deep breath and worked the lock. It was stubborn, but it was old. After a tense minute, it clicked open. There it was, a simple manila envelope, thick with content. I didn't take it. I simply lifted the flap and tilted it, letting the contents spill onto his desk in the pale moonlight. There were photographs, Carson looking haggard and confused, entering a motel room. Janice, her face strained, taken from a distance with a long lens. And then the centerpiece, a single typewritten page. It wasn't a legal document, it was a narrative. A cold, clinical, and boastful recounting of how he had orchestrated it all. The manipulation of Carson-esque grief, the subtle pressure on Janice, the planting of the seed of doubt. It was his masterpiece. His confession, written for an audience of one, himself. He didn't need it for protection. He needed it to remember how brilliant he was. This was his vulnerability, his hubris made manifest. I heard the faint ping of an elevator from down the hall. My blood ran cold. I quickly, silently slid everything back into the envelope, placed it in the drawer, and closed it just as the office door handle began to turn. There was no time for the stairs. I ducked behind the heavy floor-length curtains, pressing myself against the cold glass of the window. The lights flicked on. I held my breath. Through a gap in the fabric, I saw Holloway. He wasn't alone. A younger, nervous-looking man from the tech crimes unit was with him. "I just need to grab a file," Holloway said, his voice smooth and unconcerned. He walked around his desk. My eyes were fixed on the drawer. Had I closed it completely? Had I left a trace of dust disturbed? He paused, his hand hovering over the desk. He ran a finger along its edge, then looked directly at the drawer. He knelt down. He knew. He always knew. "Wait outside, would you, Andrew?" he said, his voice dangerously calm. The younger man hesitated, then left, closing the door behind him. Holloway remained nailing. He didn't open the drawer, he simply stared at it. Then slowly he turned his head, his gaze sweeping the room. It passed over the bookcases, the chairs, and finally it settled on the curtains where I was hiding. He stood up and began to walk toward me. Story 5. The steady metronomic click of the kitchen clock was the only sound in the house. It was a sound Amber had known for years, a white noise woven into the fabric of her days, the reliable heartbeat of the home she shared with Jasper. Then it stopped, not with a final, gasping tick, but with a silence that fell like a blade. The absence of the sound was louder than the sound itself, a void that swallowed the ordinary afternoon light and left in its place a cold, humming anticipation. She stood in the center of the room, a glass of water halfway to her lips, and felt the fine hairs on her arms rise. Something was wrong. Something had happened or was about to happen, and the stopped clock was its herald. That was the last clear memory before the accident. The world returned in fragments, a shattered mosaic of sensation and sound. The acrid smell of deployed airbags, a chemical powder that coated the tongue. The taste of copper, rich and metallic, from where her lip had split against her teeth. A symphony of pain, a deep, throbbing ache in her skull that pulsed behind her eyes, and voices muffled and distorted as if heard from underwater. Then the sterile white of a hospital room, the hiss of a blood pressure cuff, the distant, tinny voice of a television news anchor. Jasper was there when she surfaced fully. His face, usually so composed, was a landscape of worry. He held her hand, his grip almost painfully tight. "Amber, thank God you're okay. The car you lost control on the old coastal road, they said you lucky." The words were blankets meant to smother and comfort, but they felt heavy, suffocating. She tried to grasp the memory of the drive, the moment of impact, but there was nothing, just a black hole where an hour of her life should have been. A doctor with kind eyes and a tired smile explained it was retrograde amnesia, common in traumatic events, the brain's way of protecting itself. It could come back in pieces or not at all. Home was different. The house, a modern box of glass and weathered wood perched on a cliff overlooking the Pacific, had always been her sanctuary. Now it felt like a stage set. The familiar lines of the furniture seemed slightly off, the angles sharp and threatening. The view from the panoramic windows, once a source of endless inspiration, was now a vast, empty expanse that seemed to mock her fractured mind. And the clock in the kitchen had been restarted, its new, soft tick an imposter-esque rhythm. Jasper was a model of devotion. He worked from his study, the door always slightly ajar so he could listen for her. He brought her tea, the mug warmed to the perfect temperature. He recited the details of their life together, a soothing litany of shared history. "Remember our first trip to Big Sur? You said the fog looked like ghosts rolling off the ocean." She would nod, a smile plastered on her face, but the memory felt second-hand, a story she'd been told rather than one she had lived. It was Kennedy who first gave voice to the unease. Kennedy, her best friend and neighbor, whose own house was a 5-minute walk through the wind-scoured cypress trees. She arrived with a casserole and a bottle of expensive bourbon, her sharp eyes missing nothing. "You look pale, darling," she said, settling onto the vast white sofa. "How the head?" "Fuzzy," Amber admitted. "It's like there are rooms in my mind I can't get into. The doors are locked." Kennedy poured 2 fingers of bourbon, the amber liquid catching the late afternoon light. "Maybe some doors are better left locked." She took a sip, her gaze drifting to Jasper, who was fussing with the thermostat in the hall. "He has been very attentive." "He has." "Almost too attentive, don't you think, like he is trying to prove something?" Kennedy's voice was a low, confidential murmur. "The day of your accident, he was supposed to be in the city for that architectural conference. But I saw his car, that ridiculous silver sports car, turning off the coastal road around 3, an hour before you left." A cold trickle, like a single drop of ice water, traced a path down Amber's spine. "You must be mistaken." "Maybe," Kennedy said, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "My memory isn't what it used to be either." She leaned forward, the scent of her perfume, something dark and floral, enveloping Amber. "But you should be careful, Amber. When the foundation cracks, you start to see all the flaws you deplastered over." The cracks began to show in small, almost imperceptible ways. A charge on their credit card for a hotel in Monterey, dated the week before her accident. Jasper had said he was working late at the firm. A mud-stained pair of his good leather shoes tucked away in the back of the closet, the rich earth a stark contrast to the manicured gravel of their property. And the way he sometimes looked at her, not with love or concern, but with a kind of intense, calculating scrutiny, as if he were waiting for a specific piece of the puzzle to click into place. Then the police arrived. Detective Miller was a large man who seemed to fill the spacious living room, his presence making the air feel thin. His partner, a younger woman named Reyes, had the quiet, observant eyes of a bird of prey. They were polite, professional. They were following up on the accident report, they said, routine. "Mrs. Thorne," Miller began, his voice a low rumble. "The investigation into your vehicle's condition revealed something unusual. The brake lines, they were partially severed. A slow leak. It wasn't a failure, it was tampering." The words hung in the air, toxic and heavy. Jasper, who had been standing behind Amber's chair, went very still. "We're treating this as attempted murder," Reyes said, her gaze sweeping over both of them. "And we've had to look at your case in a new light, because the method, the specific type of cut on those lines, matches one used in a homicide 2 nights before your accident. A man named Silas Vartan was found in a warehouse down by the docks. His throat was cut." The name meant nothing to Amber. It was a sound empty of association. But she felt Jasper's hand on her shoulder tighten, his fingers digging into her flesh. "Did you know Mr. Vartan?" Miller asked, his eyes fixed on Jasper. "No," Jasper said, the word coming out too quickly, too sharp. "Never heard of him." But Amber, in the echoing silence that followed, felt a tremor, a ghost of a memory. A name whispered in the dark, Vartan, and with it the scent of salt water and diesel fuel and a feeling of profound, gut-wrenching fear. The veneer of their domestic world did not so much crack as it dissolved. The police became a constant, low-grade pressure. The community, their circle of wealthy, artistic friends, began to pull away, their smiles at the grocery store tight and fleeting. They were a spectacle now, a mystery playing out behind glass walls. Amber started to dig. It was a desperate, furtive excavation. She went through Jasper's study when he was on a forced conference call with his partners. She found the hotel receipt, not for 1 night, but for 2. She found a burner phone, cheap and prepaid, tucked inside a hollowed-out book on maritime law. And in the trash bin on his computer, recovered with trembling fingers, a single deleted image. A grainy photograph of Silas Vartan, a man with a hawk-like nose and cold, dead eyes. Confrontation was a quiet, terrible thing. It happened late at night, the only light the blue glow of the moon on the ocean. "Who is he, Jasper?" Her voice was a whisper in the dark. He was silent for a long time. He was a problem. "Did you kill him?" No, the answer was swift, absolute, but I was there. I was there to pay him. He was blackmailing me, Amber, over things from before I met you. Bad business. I was trying to protect us. "In my car." "I don't know." He turned to her, his face a mask of anguish. "I swear to God I don't know, but someone does. Someone who knows about Vartan and knows about me and wanted to tie up both loose ends. You and me." He spun a tale then of a past he had buried, of a connected criminal named Lorca, a man who moved like smoke through the Port City-S underworld. Jasper Ray had gotten involved in a shady property deal years ago, a deal that went bad. Vartan was a middleman who decided to leverage his knowledge. Jasper Ray had gone to pay him off to end it. He claimed he found the body. He panicked. He ran. It was a story that almost fit. It explained the secrecy, the fear, the mud on his shoes, but it felt like another layer of plaster, another coat of paint over the rotting wood. Amber wanted to believe him. The man she had loved was in there, trapped behind the lies, but the amnesia had become a perverse gift. It had wiped the slate clean, allowing her to see the inconsistencies he had previously hidden in plain sight. Kennedy's jealousy was the final piece. It came out not in a shout, but in a sigh. They were in Kennedy's cluttered, beautiful studio, surrounded by half-finished canvases. The air smelled of turpentine and despair. "He never loved you, Kennedy said, staring at a painting of the coast, the waves rendered in violent, slashing strokes of gray and black. Not the way he loved me, before you." The confession was quiet, devastating. A years-long affair conducted in this very studio in hotel rooms, a passion that Jasper Ray had promised would lead him to leave Amber. But he never did. The comfortable life, the beautiful, fragile wife, it was a habit he couldn't break. "The day of your accident," Kennedy whispered, her voice raw. "He told me it was over, for good. He said he was going to come clean with you. I was so angry. I followed you. I saw you get in your car, and I just wanted to scare you. A little cut, just enough to make you have a small accident to shake you up. To delay you, to give me more time with him. I didn't know about Vartan. I didn't know someone else would be there, watching, waiting to finish the job." Amber looked at her friend, at the face she had trusted for a decade, and saw a stranger. The jealousy, the bitterness had festered in the dark and had led to this, but it didn't feel like the whole truth. It felt like another performance. The climax was not a dramatic showdown with a criminal mastermind. It was a conversation in her own living room, under the watchful eyes of Detective Miller. Jasper Ray cornered, his story unraveling, finally broke. The truth was uglier, more intimate. There was no Lorca. He had invented the specter of a powerful criminal to explain away his own actions. He had killed Silas Vartan. The blackmail was real, but it was about to expose not just a bad business deal, but an entire second life. Jasper Ray had been funding gambling debts, a mistress in the city, the embezzlement from his own firm. Vartan had become too greedy, too dangerous. Jasper Ray had lured him to the warehouse and killed him. And he had tampered with Amber's car. He hadn't meant for her to die. That was the most chilling part. He needed her incapacitated in the hospital under heavy medication, vulnerable. With her out of the way, he could access her accounts, her inheritance, the money he needed to cover his tracks and disappear. He had planned to stage a recovery, a slow convalescence, all while he siphoned off their life and prepared to vanish. The amnesia had been an unexpected bonus, a gift that made his manipulations easier. He looked at her, his eyes stripped of all pretense, and she saw not a monster, but a weak, terrified man. The devoted husband was a fiction. The caring protector was her jailer. The foundation of her life was not just cracked, it was built on a sinkhole. Detective Miller took Jasper Ray away. The silence that returned to the glass house was deeper than before, absolute and suffocating. Kennedy was charged as an accessory. The community's judgment was a final, silent verdict. Days later, the case was closed. The threads were tied, the reports filed. Detective Miller stood one last time on the gravel driveway, the wind whipping at his coat. He looked up at the house, a beautiful empty shell on the edge of the world. He thought of the woman inside, her memory returning in painful shards, her past a lie, her future a void. He thought of the husband, his carefully constructed world collapsed into a prison cell. He thought of the friend, whose love had curdled into a poison that had nearly killed them all. There were still unanswered questions. Why had Jasper chosen that specific, telltale method to cut the break lines? Had some part of him wanted to be caught? Was there a deeper reason for his desperation that even he didn't understand? The human heart was a maze, and Miller had learned long ago that some corridors were better left unexplored. He turned his back on the house. He walked to his unmarked sedan, the gravel crunching under his shoes, a sound like bones breaking. He did not look back. He got in, started the engine, and drove away from the cliff, from the secrets, from the wreckage of the lives inside that glass box. The case was behind him now, another file in a drawer, another story without a clean ending. The road ahead was empty, and he drove into the gathering fog, leaving the quiet horror of it all to settle like dust on the things that remained. The fog followed her. It was there in the morning, a thick white blanket smothering the view from the windows, and it lingered long into the afternoon, a damp chill that seeped through the glass and into her bones. The house was hers now, a hollow victory. The lawyers had been efficient, the divorce a swift, clinical severance. Jasper from his cell had not contested anything. His silence was its own form of punishment. Amber moved through the rooms like a ghost herself, touching the surfaces he had chosen, the art he had admired. Every object felt like a prop from a play that had ended in tragedy. She spent hours in his study, the room she had once avoided, now the epicenter of her new obsession. She read every book, searched every file, not for more evidence of his crimes, but for a trace of the man she thought she had married. She found nothing. He had been that good. The charming, attentive architect was a character he had performed with breathtaking consistency. Her memory returned not in a flood, but in a slow, torturous drip, a flash of his face, tense and angry in an argument she had forgotten. The scent of a perfume on his collar that wasn't hers, dismissed as a client's. The night he had come home very late, his knuckles raw and scraped, muttering about a fall on a construction site. She had believed him. She had believed every single lie. The police had taken the burner phone, the computer, the damning receipts, but they had missed one thing. Tucked into the frame of a large, abstract painting in the study, a painting Jasper had always insisted was his favorite, was a key. It was small, brass, and unmarked. It didn't fit any lock in the house. For a week it sat on the kitchen counter, a tiny, metallic question. Then on a day when the fog was so dense it felt like the world had ceased to exist beyond the windows, she took the key and drove. She didn't know where she was going, only that she had to move. The coastal road unspooled before her, the yellow line a faint, ghostly guide in the mist. She passed the turnoff where her accident had happened, a patch of repaired guardrail that looked no different from any other. Her hands were steady on the wheel. She drove into the city, the tall buildings emerging from the fog like sleeping giants. She found herself in the old commercial district near the waterfront, a place of converted warehouses and artist lofts, and then she saw it, a small, discreet storage facility called the Anchor Hold. The name resonated with a dull, painful chime. Jasper had once joked about getting a unit here for his old architectural models, a place to hold the ghosts of his early ambitions. He had said the name was pretentious. She had agreed. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs as she pulled into the lot. The office was closed, but the gate was open for tenants. She walked through the rows of identical roll-up doors, a sense of dreadful inevitability guiding her steps. Unit 317. The number was his birthday, March 17th. The key slid into the lock with a smooth, oiled click. The door rolled up with a rattling groan, revealing a space about the size of a walk-in closet. It was not filled with architectural models. There were files, neat labeled boxes of them, detailing years of embezzlement, shell companies, and falsified records. There was a suitcase packed with passports, cash, and the kind of plain, durable clothing a person wears when they never want to be found. But it was the photographs that stopped her breath. Dozens of them pinned to a corkboard, pictures of her, leaving the grocery store, having lunch with Kennedy, walking on the beach, her head down, lost in thought. They were recent. They were taken in the weeks leading up to the accident, and in every one her face was circled in red marker. This was not the plan of a man who only wanted to incapacitate her. This was the meticulous preparation of a man who was considering all his options. The brake lines, the staged accident, it was just one possible exit strategy. The finality of it, the cold, photographic evidence of her as a problem to be solved, made her legs buckle. She leaned against the cold metal door frame, the fog curling into the unit like a living thing. He had not just wanted her money, he had wanted her gone. The inheritance was the goal, but her complete and total erasure was the method. The hospital, the amnesia, it was all just a softer, more palatable version of the warehouse and the cut throat. He had been weighing the two, deciding which version of a ghost he preferred to create. Amber did not call Detective Miller. She did not scream or cry. She slowly, methodically took the photographs down from the board. She stacked the boxes of files neatly in the center of the concrete floor. She kept the suitcase. Then she left, rolling the door down and locking it behind her, the key feeling like a shard of ice in her hand. She drove to the pier, the one where the fishing boats unloaded their catch. The air was thick with the shrieks of gulls and the smell of salt and decay. She stood at the very end, the wooden planks slick with mist, and she threw the key, the single piece of brass, as far as she could into the churning, gray water. It vanished without a sound. She did not know what she would do with the knowledge, with the suitcase in her trunk, with the hollowed-out future that stretched before her. But as she turned her back on the ocean and walked toward the car, the fog began, for the first time, to feel not like a prison, but like a shield. She was a ghost now, too, and ghosts could go anywhere. The car was a capsule, sealed against the damp world. The suitcase was a solid, heavy presence in the trunk, a tangible piece of the abyss he had planned for her. She didn't drive home. Home was a lie. Instead, she found a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city, a place with thin walls and the scent of stale cigarettes buried under cheap air freshener. She paid in cash from the suitcase. Inside the room, she unzipped it on the floral bedspread. The money was neatly bundled, untraceable. The passports were works of art, her photo expertly superimposed next to a man who was not Jasper. New names, new histories. He had been preparing for this for a long, long time. He hadn't just been planning to disappear alone. He had been planning to take her, or rather, a version of her that he completely controlled. The realization was a cold hand around her throat. She spent the night sitting in a scratchy armchair, watching the headlights of passing cars paint shifting patterns on the wall. She thought about the storage unit, the files, the photographs, evidence that could bury him deeper, ensure he never saw the outside of a prison again. But turning it over to the police meant stepping back into the spotlight, becoming the victim again, the object of pity and fascination. It meant a long, public trial, her life picked apart by lawyers. It meant giving Jasper one more chance to look at her, to try and communicate some twisted version of his story. When the sun rose, a pale, diluted light through the grimy window, her decision was made. She drove to a post office in a town she'd never heard of. She bought a large cardboard box and packing tape. She filled it with every file, every document, every photograph from the storage unit. She did not include a note. She addressed it to Detective Miller at the precinct, using a gloved hand and a pen from the motel. She paid for postage with more of the cash. She dropped the box into the slot, a final, anonymous confession of his sins. The suitcase, however, she kept. It was not his anymore. It was hers. A severance package stolen from her would-be executioner. A month later, the glass house was empty. She had sold it, along with everything in it, to a corporation that wanted it as a retreat for executives. They liked the view, they said. They were not troubled by the history. The money from the sale was wired to an account under one of the new names, mingling with the cash from the suitcase. It was a clean, cold break. On the day she left the coast for good, she made one last stop. It was not at the cliffside or the storage unit or the pier. It was at the county jail. She did not go inside. She sat in her car, a different car, a common and forgettable sedan she had bought with cash, and watched the entrance. She saw him being led in handcuffs and orange scrubs from a van into the building. He was smaller somehow, his shoulders slumped, the elegant architecture of his posture collapsed. He did not see her. He was just a man, a weak, fallible man who had tried to build a life out of lies and found it could not hold its own weight. She felt nothing, not anger, not hatred, not even pity. There was just a vast, quiet emptiness, a landscape scoured clean by the truth. She started the car and drove east, away from the ocean, away from the fog. She did not have a destination, only a direction. The new passport was in her bag, the new name on her lips. It felt strange, like a costume that didn't quite fit, but she knew that in time it would. In time, the ghost would learn to live again, not in a house of glass, but in the wide, anonymous world, finally free. The new name was Alina Vance. She practiced the signature in motel registers, the loops and lines feeling alien at first, then gradually becoming her own. Alina was careful, methodical. She avoided large cities, preferring the quiet anonymity of small towns where cash was still king and no one asked questions. She found work as a bookkeeper for a struggling hardware store in a town nestled in the rolling hills, a place where the air smelled of pine and damp earth instead of salt. Her boss, a kind, weary man named Frank, never pried. He was just grateful for her quiet efficiency. Alina kept to herself, renting a small, sparsely furnished apartment above a laundromat. The rhythm of the washing machines below was a constant, churning hum that soothed her. It was the sound of normalcy, of mundane cycles, of dirt being washed away. She followed the news from her old life in the public library, using the shared computers. The story had a brief, final flair. Disgraced architect receives additional charges, one headline read. The anonymous package had done its work. Jasper Ray would be an old man by the time he was eligible for parole. Kennedy had taken a plea deal. The story was a closed chapter, a local scandal that had already been replaced by fresher tragedies. One afternoon, sorting through a box of receipts, she found a sketch. It was on the back of an invoice, a rough but competent drawing of the town's main street, rendered in Frank's hesitant hand. She looked up and saw him watching her, a faint blush on his cheeks. "I used to dabble," he said, shrugging. "Before the store, before everything." It was the first personal thing he had ever shared. Elena, or the woman who was becoming her, felt a strange, fragile impulse. "It's good," she said, and she meant it. A cautious friendship began. They shared coffee in the cluttered back office. He talked about his late wife, the dream of being an artist he had let fade. She said nothing of her past, but she listened, and in listening she began to feel the ice around her heart thaw just a little. She started drawing again herself, buying a cheap sketch pad and charcoal. She drew the view from her window, the old men playing checkers in the park, the quiet, solid lines of Frank's face when he wasn't looking. The past was not gone. It lived in the suitcase she kept hidden under her bed, in the occasional nightmare that would jolt her awake, her heart hammering against her ribs. But it was no longer the entire landscape of her life. She was building something new, not out of glass and lies, but out of ledger books and coffee breaks, out of shared silences and the simple, honest act of putting lines on a page. One evening, Frank asked her to stay late to help with inventory. When they finished, the sun had set, painting the sky in shades of violet and orange. He walked her to her car, the old sedan that held no history. "Elena," he said, his voice soft in the twilight, "I know you have your secrets, we all do. I just want you to know, you have a place here if you want it." She looked at him, at his honest, tired eyes, and for the first time in a very long time, she felt a flicker of something that was not fear. It was smaller, quieter, but infinitely more solid. It was the possibility of a future. She didn't answer with words, she just nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. Then she got into her car and drove the few blocks to her apartment. She didn't look in the rearview mirror. She was done with ghosts. The road ahead was dark and quiet, and for now that was enough. The flicker of possibility was a small, steady flame in the months that followed. It did not roar into a blaze, but it warmed the edges of her life. She and Frank fell into a gentle rhythm, a partnership built on the hardware store's ledgers and shared sandwiches at lunch. He never asked for more than she could give, and she in turn began to give small pieces of herself. She told him she had been married, that it had ended badly, that she was starting over. It was the truth, stripped of its horror, and he accepted it with a quiet nod. She started leaving the suitcase under the bed unopened. The money inside felt less like a tool for survival and more like a relic from a cursed tomb. One Tuesday, after the bank deposit was made, she drove to the next county and rented a safety deposit box. She transferred all the cash and the passports, every shred of Jasper's escape plan, into the small, cold metal drawer. The key she kept on her own key ring, a different kind of weight. She drove home feeling lighter, as if she had exorcised a phantom from her trunk. The seasons turned, the lush green of the hills gave way to the fiery pallor of autumn. Frank convinced her to enter one of her sketches in the county fair. She refused at first, the idea of putting any part of herself on display sending a familiar chill through her veins. But he was persistent in his gentle way, and she found herself carefully matting a drawing of the old covered bridge on the edge of town. It won a second-place ribbon, a sliver of pale blue satin. Standing there, surrounded by the smell of popcorn and livestock, with Frank beaming beside her, she felt a strange, foreign sensation. It was pride untainted by fear. No one was watching her, they were just looking at her art. That night she dreamed of the glass house. She was inside, but the walls were not transparent. They were mirrors, 1,000 fractured reflections of her own face staring back, some terrified, some angry, some hollow. She walked through the funhouse of her past, her breath catching, until she found one mirror that was different. It showed not her reflection, but a window. Through it, she could see the quiet, dark street outside her apartment above the laundromat. Frank was standing under a street lamp, looking up, waiting. She woke not with a start, but with a profound sense of calm. The dream had not been a nightmare, but a choice. She got out of bed, the floorboards cool beneath her feet. She went to the closet and pulled down a small box from the top shelf. Inside were the last physical ties to her old life. Her original driver's license, a tarnished silver bracelet her mother had given her, a single photograph of her and Jasper from their first anniversary, a photo she had kept hidden for years after the accident, a totem of the man she thought she'd lost. She took the box into the kitchen. She didn't burn the contents. Fire felt too dramatic, too much of a statement. Instead, she methodically tore the license and the photograph into tiny, confetti-like pieces. The bracelet she placed in a separate envelope. She would mail it to a charity shop in another state, a final release. The woman in that photograph, the one smiling with blind trust, was gone. Amber was gone. Elena was here, and Elena was not a ghost. She was a woman who balanced books, who won ribbons for her drawings, who was slowly, cautiously learning to trust a kind man. She looked out the window. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft, peach-colored light on the quiet street. Down below, the first customer of the day was already loading laundry into a machine. The familiar churning sound began. It was the sound of moving forward, of clean starts. She made a pot of coffee, the rich aroma filling the small kitchen. Today she thought she would draw the sunrise. The drawing of the sunrise turned out softer than she had intended, the charcoal smudging at the edges to mimic the way the light bled into the morning sky. She left it on the counter, a private monument to the new day, and went to work. The bell above the door jingled its familiar tune as she entered, and Frank looked up from behind the counter, his smile a genuine, uncomplicated thing. He didn't mention the fair again, but she saw the blue ribbon tucked into the frame of the old, sepia-toned photograph of the store his grandfather had opened. It was his quiet way of saying he was proud that she belonged. The normalcy of the day felt like a balm. She was reconciling the week's invoices when a man in a crisp, unfamiliar suit walked in. He had the polished look of someone from the city, a real estate developer or a lawyer. Her breath hitched, a tiny, almost silent catch in her throat, a ghost of a reflex she thought she had buried. But he just asked Frank for a specific type of wood stain, and Frank led him to the correct aisle. Eleanor watched them, her pen frozen above the ledger. The man laughed at something Frank said, an easy, booming sound. He was just a customer. The world was full of them. The moment passed and the rhythm of the day resumed, but she felt the echo of it for hours, a reminder that the armor she had built was necessary even here. That evening, Frank asked her to dinner, not coffee in the back office, but a proper dinner at the diner on the square. She hesitated, the word no forming on her lips, an automatic defense. But then she thought of the dream of the man waiting under the street lamp. She nodded. "I'd like that," she said, and the words felt true. They sat in a vinyl booth, the menu sticky from syrup. They talked about the store, about the coming winter, about a new series of sketches she wanted to start. It was easy. For the first time in years, a meal with another person did not feel like a performance or a negotiation. It was just two people sharing food. He walked her back to her apartment, and at the door he simply squeezed her hand. "Good night, Eleanor," he said, and the name sounded right. It sounded like her. Inside, the silence of her apartment felt different. It was no longer empty, but peaceful. She stood by the window, looking down at the street where he had stood. The fear was still there, a low hum in the background, but it was no longer the lead instrument in the orchestra of her life. It was just a sound, one she had learned to live with. She was not starting over, she was continuing, and for now, continuing was enough. The laundromat below churned on, a steady, reliable heartbeat. The next morning, she woke with a sense of purpose that was entirely her own. She went to the safety deposit box and retrieved one of the passports, not the one for Eleanor Vance, but another, for a woman named Claire Dubois. She used it to open a new bank account in a city 2 hours away, depositing a small, reasonable amount of the old money. It was a test, a cautious step into the financial system on her own terms. The transaction was smooth, unquestioned. Claire Dubois had a history, a credit score, a life that was now a shell for her to inhabit if needed. It was a card she could play, a back door left slightly ajar. Returning to town, she stopped at the hardware store but found the front door locked, the closed sign hanging in the window. A flicker of panic, cold and sharp, went through her. Then she saw the note taped to the glass, written in Frank's sprawling hand. "Gone for supplies, back by noon. The key is under the mat if you need to get in." The trust in that simple sentence felt like a physical warmth. She did not go in. She sat on the bench outside, waiting, watching the town slowly come to life. When Frank's truck rumbled into the parking lot, he was apologetic. "Should have called your cell," he said, unloading boxes of nails and light bulbs. "I don't have one," she replied without thinking. It was a relic of her old caution, a line she had not yet crossed. He paused, a box balanced on his hip. "Well," he said, considering, "might be a good idea for the store for emergencies." He wasn't pushing, he was problem-solving, including her in the practicalities of a shared life. Later that week, she bought a cheap, prepaid phone. She programmed only one number into it, the store's landline. It was a tether, not a chain. She left it in a drawer most of the time, its silence a comfort rather than a worry. Winter arrived, draping the hills in a thick, silent blanket of snow. The world outside her window became a charcoal drawing of its former self, all soft grays and stark whites. She sketched it endlessly, trying to capture the way the snow clung to the pine boughs, the way the light reflected off the vast, quiet whiteness. One evening, Frank came over, bringing soup from the diner. They ate at her small table, and he looked at her latest drawings spread out across the surface. "You see things," he said, his voice low and thoughtful. "You see the quiet in things." It was the greatest compliment she had ever received. She realized that the hypervigilance that had been a tool for survival was slowly transforming into a deeper kind of perception. She was no longer just watching for threats. She was seeing the world, its textures and its silences. When he left, the apartment held the lingering scent of him, of sawdust and winter air. She did not feel the need to scrub it away or open a window. She let it remain, a pleasant present memory. She picked up her charcoal and began a new drawing, not of the landscape outside, but of the empty soup bowls on the table, the two chairs pushed back, the simple, quiet evidence of a shared meal. It was a record of her life, not the one that had been taken from her, but the one she was building, one careful, deliberate line at a time. The future was no longer a hollowed-out space to be endured. It was a blank page, and for the first time she was eager to fill it. The first call she made on the new phone was not to the store. It was to a community college in a neighboring town, inquiring about their evening art classes. The woman on the other end was cheerful and helpful, explaining the registration process. Alina listened, her heart beating a steady, determined rhythm. She used her real name, her new name, and gave the post office box as her address. It felt like planting a flag. Frank was her only reference. When she told him, his face broke into a wide, unguarded smile. "It's about time," he said, and the pride in his voice was a solid thing, something she could almost hold in her hands. The class started on a Tuesday night in January. The room smelled of turpentine and old wood, and the other students were a mix of retirees and high school kids. The instructor, a woman with paint-stained fingers, had them start with simple still lifes. Alina's hand was steady as she sketched the jar of brushes, the drape of a cloth. She was not the best in the class, nor the worst. She was simply a student. The anonymity was a different kind of freedom. One night, driving home from class, she took a different route, a winding back road that cut through a state forest. Her headlights swept across the dark trunks of trees, creating a tunnel of light. For a moment, she was just a woman driving home from an art class, her mind full of lines and shadows, not of past lives or hidden suitcases. The simplicity of it was breathtaking. She began to leave the prepaid phone on, its small green light a beacon in her apartment. Sometimes Frank would call just to tell her a customer had asked for a specific hinge he knew they didn't carry, or that the cat had gotten into the store and knocked over a display of paint cans. The conversations were mundane, full of the trivial details of a shared business and a shared life. She found herself smiling during them, a real smile that reached her eyes. The past was not forgotten. It was a foundation, the bedrock upon which she had built this new, quieter existence. The ghost in the glass house had not been exorcised. She had been given a new form, one that could feel the chill of winter air and the warmth of a shared glance. She was Alina Vance, bookkeeper, artist, and friend. The road ahead was no longer just dark and quiet. It was dotted with streetlights, each one illuminating a little more of the way home. Spring came early, a sudden thaw that turned the streets to rivulets and revealed the muddy earth beneath the snow. The world felt raw and new, and Alina with it. She registered for a second class, this one in life drawing. The first time the model took his pose, she felt a familiar tension, the old fear of seeing the human form, of the vulnerability in its lines. But she pushed through it, her charcoal moving across the page, and found not fear, but a profound respect for the structure and grace of the body. One Saturday, Frank asked for her help cleaning out the storage loft above the store. It was a relic of his grandfather's time, filled with dusty boxes and forgotten inventory. They worked for hours, their movements falling into a comfortable sink. He would lift a heavy crate, and she would sweep the space it left behind. The air was thick with dust motes dancing in the slants of light from the single dirty window. In a corner under a pile of old canvas tarps, Frank found a flat, wide wooden case. He blew the dust off its surface, revealing the dark, rich grain beneath. He unlatched it carefully. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, was a set of artist's oils, the tubes hardened and cracked with age, and a collection of brushes with their bristles still perfectly shaped. "These were my father's," Frank said, his voice hushed. "I'd forgotten they were even up here." He ran a finger over the worn wooden handle of a brush. He always said he'd get back to it, never did. He looked at Alina, his eyes clear and serious. "I want you to have them." She shook her head, stepping back. "I couldn't, Frank, that's your history." "It's just stuff sitting in a box," he said. It's a shame for it not to be used. It's a bigger shame for a dream to sit in a box. He closed the case and pressed it into her hands. The weight of it was substantial, full of potential. Please. She took it home and placed it on her kitchen table. For a week she did not open it. She would just look at it, this artifact of a deferred dream that was now being offered to her. Finally, one evening, she lifted the lid. The smell of linseed oil and thyme wafted out. She picked up a brush, imagining the hand that had held it before. She felt the ghost of Frank's father and of Frank's own lost ambition, and she understood this was not just a gift of tools. It was a passing of the torch. She bought a small, prepared canvas. She didn't plan a subject. She just squeezed a small amount of umber onto a porcelain palette she'd found at a thrift store, thinned it with turpentine, and began to paint. The first strokes were hesitant, the medium unfamiliar, but soon a shape began to emerge from the canvas, not the view from her window or a still life, but something from memory. It was the covered bridge, the one she had drawn for the fair, but now rendered in deep, warm tones, with the late afternoon light filtering through the trees and catching the weathered planks of the bridge. She worked for hours, losing herself in the layering of color, the physicality of the paint. When she finally stepped back, her back aching and her hands stained, she saw that she had not just painted a bridge. She had painted a passage, a way through. The light on the other side was bright and welcoming. She left the painting on the easel she'd bought and went to bed, the scent of oil paint clinging to her skin like a promise. The scent was still there in the morning, a sharp, pleasant reminder of the work she had done. She made coffee and stood before the easel, seeing the painting with fresh eyes. It was rougher than her drawings, more emotional. It felt less like a representation and more like a piece of her, translated into color and form. At work, Frank asked, "Did you open the box?" "I did," she said, "and I used it." He didn't ask to see what she had made. He just nodded, a quiet understanding passing between them. The day was busy with the first rush of spring gardeners, and the normal chaos left no room for further conversation. It was only as she was leaving that he handed her a small, folded piece of paper. "A customer left this for you," he said, his expression unreadable. A cold trickle of dread ran down her spine. She took the paper, her fingers suddenly numb. She waited until she was in her car, the engine running, before she opened it. It was not a threat. It was a business card for a small art gallery in the city, the one where she had opened the bank account. Scribbled on the back was a note. "Saw your drawing at the hardware store, the one of the bridge. If you have more, I'd be interested. Give me a call." It was signed with a name she didn't recognize. She sat for a long time holding the card. It was an opportunity, a validation. It was also exposure. A man from the city had seen her work, had asked about her. The old instinct screamed to crumple the card, to throw it away and forget it ever existed. But the woman she was now, the one who painted passages through dark woods, held on to it. She placed it carefully in her wallet next to her driver's license. Eleanor Vance, artist. It had a ring to it. That night she took out the prepaid phone. She stared at the number on the card for a long time. Then she put the phone away. She wasn't ready. But for the first time, the thought of being seen, truly seen for her art, did not feel like a death sentence. It felt like a door, one she herself could choose to open. She picked up a brush instead, losing herself in the slow, deliberate work of building a new color, a new layer on the canvas. The world outside her window was dark, but the world she was creating on the easel was full of light. The following week, the gallery owner called the store. Frank answered, and after a brief conversation, handed the phone to Eleanor with a calm, steady look. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. But the man's voice was not the one she feared. It was gentle, enthusiastic. He spoke of texture and mood, of a growing local art scene. He asked if she had any other pieces. She heard herself saying yes, she had a few. They arranged for her to bring 3 pieces to the gallery on a quiet Thursday afternoon. She did not take the bridge painting. That one was for her and for Frank. She chose 2 newer charcoal drawings of the winter hills and a small, quiet watercolor of the laundromat neon sign glowing in a soft evening rain. She packed them carefully in a portfolio case Frank had lent her. The drive to the city felt different this time. She was not Claire Dubois on a secret errand. She was Eleanor Vance, an artist delivering her work. The gallery was a small, bright space on a side street, and the owner, a man named Robert with kind eyes and a silver beard, treated her drawings with a reverence that made her want to cry. He did not ask probing questions about her past or her training. He only talked about the art. He offered her a contract for a small group show in the fall. She read the paper slowly, her eyes tracing the lines of legal text, looking for traps. There were none. It was straightforward, a simple agreement between a gallery and an artist. She signed her name, Eleanor Vance, and the pen did not shake in her hand. When she returned to the hardware store, Frank was waiting. He had closed early. A picnic basket sat on the counter. To celebrate, he said. They drove to the actual covered bridge, the one from her drawing. They sat on the bank of the creek and ate sandwiches as the water murmured over the stones. Didn't he ask about the gallery? Not yet. He just sat with her in the dappled sunlight, his presence a quiet anchor. That night back in her apartment, she looked at the signed contract on her table. It was real. A part of her was going to be displayed for the world to see. The fear was still there, a cold, hard pebble in her gut, but it was outweighed by a new, fragile feeling, a sense of possibility that was warmer and stronger than the dread. She was not just building a life of quiet safety. She was building a life of meaning. She picked up a pencil and began to sketch the picnic basket, the curve of its handle, the way the light had caught the checkered pattern of the cloth inside. She was recording her life, yes, but she was also finally beginning to share it. The sketch of the picnic basket was not just a record of an object, but of the feeling of the sun on her shoulders and the sound of Frank's quiet laughter. She titled it simply, Lunch by the Bridge, and added it to the small portfolio she was building for the fall show. Robert had asked for 6 pieces. She had 3, and now this. The process was no longer just personal. It had a deadline and audience. She found herself thinking in series, in themes. The laundromat-esque heartbeat, the quiet strength of the bridge, the ordinary miracle of a shared meal. Her world, once so narrow and defined by fear, was expanding through the focus of her art. She started a new painting using her father's old oils, this time of the hardware store's interior at the end of the day, the deep shadows gathering between the shelves of nails and coils of rope, a single work light left on over the counter. It was a portrait of a place that had become a sanctuary. One afternoon, a woman with a kind, weathered face came into the store. She introduced herself as me, and she ran the local library. She had heard from Robert about the fall show and wondered if Eleanor would consider teaching a single introductory drawing class for adults at the library. Just one night, me said, to see if there's an interest. The request should have sent her into a panic, standing in front of people, being the center of attention. But the woman asking had no agenda, only a genuine desire to bring something new to the town. And Eleanor found, to her own surprise, that she wanted to say yes. She had learned something in that dusty storage loft about dreams deferred and tools passed on. She had a tool now, this hard-won ability to see, and perhaps she could lend it to others. She agreed. The class was scheduled for a Wednesday evening in July. She prepared simple exercises, focusing on line and shadow, the same principles her own instructor had taught her. The night of the class, her hands were cold, but her voice was steady. 6 people showed up, including Frank, who sat in the back and diligently tried to sketch a vase of wildflowers, his large, capable hands looking clumsy with a pencil. She moved among the students, offering a quiet word of encouragement, a slight adjustment to a grip. She saw the moment one woman's face lit up as her lines suddenly captured the curve of a petal. It was a small thing, a flicker, but it felt immense. This was a different kind of sharing. It was not just putting her finished work on a wall, it was giving away the process itself. After everyone had left, me helped her clean up. "You're a natural teacher," she said, gathering the scattered pencils. "There's a peacefulness in your manner." Eleanor simply nodded, the compliment settling inside her. She looked at the stack of drawings left behind, each one a unique interpretation of the same simple vase. They were all evidence of people trying to see, just as she was. Frank waited for her by the door, holding her jacket. He didn't say anything about his own drawing, which he had folded and tucked into his pocket. He just smiled, and in his eyes, she saw the same pride she had seen when she signed up for her first class, but now it was deepened by a new layer of shared experience. Walking home, the summer air warm on their skin, she linked her arm through his. The gesture was simple, effortless. The past was not gone and the future was not certain, but the present was solid and real. She was no longer a ghost looking out from a glass house. She was a woman walking down a familiar street, her arm linked with a good man's on her way home.